listening to QEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac McGee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long, giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Nash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines two of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world champion.
It's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
Touch 'em all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. You're listening to WQEE.
In the streets, the 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first, and here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? I would hope you're doing outstanding. What a day for baseball. The Atlanta Braves versus the Boston Red Sox. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. Of course, you got March Madness going on. We will keep you up to date with all of the scores going on in March Madness. Don't you worry about that. We got our brackets, too, we're paying attention to. But today's focus is the Atlanta Braves. So pull up an armchair, girls and boys. It's baseball time in Braves country. Greetings and salutations, y'all. I'm Mac McGee. We are live And the scene is sunny Florida, 76 degrees, 52% humidity, and 13-mile-an-hour winds today as the Boston Red Sox welcome in the Atlanta Braves. Atlanta Braves are in blue tops, gray bottoms, as Ozzie Albies is stepping up to the plate. And we are almost ready for first pitch here on Braves Country Baseball. Tanner Hoke is your starting pitcher for the Boston Red Sox, and here's the first pitch from the right-hander, and the first pitch is wide and outside, and it's 1-0. Ozzie Albies hit .247 with 8 home runs and 35 RBI last year, an injury-riddled last season. Here's the 1-0 pitch, and it is a swing and bangs it off the plate, and it's 1-1. Ozzie Albies hitting leadoff. Matt Olson on deck. Austin Riley hitting third. The 1-1 pitch swung on and popped up high in the sky, enough for rain, but underneath it is the center fielder, a familiar face, Adam Duvall, makes the catch for the Boston Red Sox. Rest of the Braves lineup looks like this today. Batting fourth will be Sean Murphy behind the plate. Michael Harris is batting batting fifth and playing center field. Ozuna's in left and batting sixth. Shoemake gets the start at shortstop. Pilar in right field and batting eighth. And Sanchez is your second baseman. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson. He takes it wide and outside. It's 1-0. Matt Olson has had a hot spring so far, hitting .417 with a 1315 OPS. The 1-0 pitch swung on and hit high and deep, going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. A solo blast gets us going here on a happy St. Patrick's Day, and Matt Olson will take the grand tour. He hit the ball into orbit off the batter's eye behind what is a mini green monster off to the left of their replica green monster here in Florida. And No Chance get you the stats on that here in a second. Wow. First pitch on the way now to Austin Riley. He takes a high strike, and it's 0-1. If you're just joining us, the Atlanta Braves lead at 1-0 spring training baseball. And the 0-1 pitch is outside for a ball. It's 1-1. Braves 1, Red Sox 0. We'll have it pitch by pitch, inning by inning, all year long. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Fastball right down the pipe by Hawk, and it's 1-2. We are less than 2 weeks away from opening day. The 1-2 pitch tried to frame it on the upper corner, but misses, and it's 2-2. So you'll see the starters play a lot more going forward. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. Looked like a sinker on the outer cut. We'll do it again at 2-2. You'll see the starters probably get 3, maybe even 4 at bats today. The starting pitcher, who is Schuster, the 2-2 pitch misses high and inside, and it's 3-2. Starting pitcher Schuster is expected to go about 5 innings. That's what you will see. That will be the goal going forward for the rest of the spring. The 3-2 pitch inside, ball 4, almost clipped Riley. Looked like an off-speed pitch that just missed the zone inside, then tailed in, and Riley will take its free base. So 1 on, 1 out, and that'll bring up the newly acquired Sean Murphy to the plate. Murphy this spring Starting off a little slow, batting .214 with a 599 OPS. Righty versus righty matchup. Here's the pitch, and outside that is called a strike, and I don't know about that one. It's 0-1. You do tend to get wider strike zones in the spring, mainly because the umps don't want to be out there any more than the players do sometimes. The 0-1 pitch swung on and banged over towards third base. This is going to be a tailor-made 5, 4, 3 double play to end the inning. So that'll end the inning, but not before the Atlanta Braves get on top with the Matt Olson bomb. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Why is there a pancake in the silverware drawer?
I mean, why is there silverware in the pancake drawer?
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Braves Country HD.
Riggins. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Mark caught it. Dwight Clark.
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen. Cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl.
In the air, it's got the distance.
It measures just 9 inches in circumference, weighs only about 5 ounces, and is made of cork wound with woolen yarn, covered with 2 layers of cowhide, and stitched by hand precisely 216 times.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jarrett Schuster fires in the first pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1. The big left-hander kicks and deals, and ball is hit down the right field line, just bending foul, and it's quickly 0-2. Jared Schuster fighting to get that last spot in the Atlanta Braves rotation. The 0-2 pitch swing and fouls it back out of play. And it's still 0-2. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone joining us here on Braves Country Baseball. The 0-2 pitch and swing and a miss, strike 3. That slider fell off the table. Nasty pitch, and there's one away. That was Arroyo leading off for the Red Sox. The rest of the batting order looks like this as the Braves defense, real quick, left to right in the outfield, Ozuna, Harris, and Pilar. And in the infield, around the horn, it's Riley, Shoemake, Sanchez, and Olsen. First pitch on the way to Cassis. Left-handed swing in first base, and Tristan Cassis swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. On deck is Adam Duvall. The 0-1 pitch down, away, and in the dirt, and it's 1-1. Tapia, the right fielder, he is batting cleanup. Ref Snyder, the designated hitter, he's batting fifth. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled back, and it's 1-2. Dalbeck is the shortstop today, batting sixth. McGuire behind the plate. Allen is the left fielder and batting eighth, and Goodrum is your third baseman. Jared Schuster is ranked as the number 1 changeup in all of the Braves farm system, and it misses down and away. It's 2-2. He'll hit that radar gun around 93, 94 miles an hour. So a solid fastball, but not a Strider type fastball. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, and that changeup got him out of his shoes, and there's 2 away. Jared Schuster, 24 years old, out of Wake Forest. And that's going to bring Adam Duvall to the plate. Adam Duvall signed a deal with the Boston Red Sox in the offseason. Here's the first pitch on the way, swung on, and that ball's going to be hammered off the left field wall. Quickly playing the hop and getting it back in. Great defensive play by Marcell Ozuna. He had to barehand that, spun around, fired it into the infield. And with that short left field porch, just like they have in Boston, that they have mirrored it here in Florida, Ozuna, actually a phenomenal play. That ball could have easily come out of his hand, so he had to lunge for it. I think Olsen and Duvall are getting kind of a laugh about it at first base. So 1 on, 2 away. Raimel Tapia comes to the plate. Tapia, you most likely will remember him mostly from the Colorado Rockies, played in Toronto last year. The 0-1 pitch, right there, top of the zone, and just misses outside. It's 1-1. Schuster kicks and deals, and he's going to attempt a pickoff play over to Duvall. No such luck. Duvall's back safely. That's 1. Remember, that is the new rule this year. 1 of 2 pickoff moves he can use. The 1-1 swing and a miss took something off of that, and Tapia came out of his shoes. It's 1-2. The 1-2 delivery from Schuster, top shelf, right there where he's been calling it, but this time didn't give it, and it's 2-2. Get to your umpires here in one moment as we await the 2-2 delivery. Randy Rosenberg behind the plate, and the ball hit him inside. Schuster fired a fastball. It got away from him, hit Tapia in the top right shoulder, just nicked him. He says he's okay, and he's heading down to first. You don't like to see that. So it's coming down to Dodd or Schuster for that final spot. If you missed the news a few days ago, Ian Anderson and Bryce Elder have been sent down to AAA. The big issue they've been having this spring is the walks. First pitch is in the dirt, and it gets away past Murphy to the wall. Both runners will move up 90 feet. Now you got the go-ahead run in scoring position. Randy Rosenberg is your home plate umpire. Marvin Hudson, the first base umpire. Eric Backus at second, and Andy Fletcher down the third base line. We're here in JetBlue Park this afternoon. First pitch was around 1:05. These games have been lasting about 2.5 hours. Here's the 1-0 pitch right there at the knees, called for a strike, and it's 1-1. So if you wonder what's going to be the deciding factor between Schuster and Dodd, don't necessarily look at the earned run average. Don't look necessarily at all that stuff. The thing that Snicker hates the most are the free passes. The 1-1 inside misses, and it's 1-2. This spring, Dodd and Schuster have been very stingy on the free passes, and that is what has elevated them to the possible number 5 spot. The 2-1 swing and just bounces it off the plate. Just got a piece of the changeup, and it's 2-2. Ref Snyder, the designated hitter, he typically plays outfield for the Boston Red Sox. The 2-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it down the line. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves in their gray pants, dark blue unis, with Braves across the chest and the tomahawk as well. Red numbers outlined in white, and today they're wearing their green Atlanta Braves St. Patrick's Day hat. The 2-2 pitch misses high and inside, and it's 3-2. Everyone here at the park, all the fans are all decked out in their green. Good to see here on this St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day to all. And 3-2 bounces off the plate. We'll do it again. Full count. Runners on second and third. 13 days from opening day. Next Thursday, the Braves will be playing the New York Mets. 3-2 pitch outside, missed ball 4. And Schuster, who's given up a walk here, he hit Tapia on a free pass. That's the kind of stuff that's going to hurt his case to get that number 5 starting rotation. Next Thursday, 1:05 first pitch, the Braves play the New York Mets in spring training baseball. We will have the call. And then the following Thursday, Atlanta Braves at the Washington National, opening day, March 30th. We will have the call. And we have 4 games planned per week for the entire 2023 season, every Tuesday and Friday night. And then the extra game will be either Wednesday or Thursday day and Saturday day. Unless they play a Sunday night game, then we will do that game instead of the Saturday game. First pitch on the way, and it is a strike at the top of the zone called, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch just misses outside, and it's 1-1. I'm not sure, Nathan, but it gets confusing with all the sports going on at this time of year. I do know that. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Braves 1, Red Sox nothing. Dalbec, the batter. Bases juiced. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled back. Just got a piece of it. Went straight back to the backstop, and we'll do it again at 1-2. Standing on deck is the catcher, McGuire. The 1-2 pitch right there at the knees. Yak him. Set him down, Joe. His fingers are so he strikes out the side, though loads the bases. We will be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on Braves Country HD.
Against the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Maui onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Maui ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson. Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Zitshot!
It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Michael Harris digging in at the plate, lefty-righty matchup versus Tanner Hook, and the first pitch by Hook is wide and outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Michael Harris locked up long term, one of the many baby Braves that are, and the 1-0 pitch right there at the top of the zone called for a strike, and it's 1-1. Harris hit .297 last year with 19 home runs, 64 RBI. The 1-1 swung on and grounded over to second. It'll be playable. Flips it over to first and gets Harris by a couple of steps, and there's one away. Boston Red Sox wearing their red tops, white pants, and they too have their green Boston Red Sox St. Patty's Day edition hat on. First pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is called inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Ozuna having a pretty good spring so far, hitting .281 to .730 OPS. Started off really slow, but has really come on. The 1-0 pitch out. Well, I think that's a wide outside strike, and it's 1-1. Beautiful day down here in Florida. Not much chance of rain. The 1-1 delivery, top of the zone, called for a strike, and it's 1-2. Now, right there, that's a situation where if I'm Ozuna, I say to the ump, you can't have the inside and high be a strike and the outside and low be a strike in the same at bat. You can't cover the whole plate. It's beyond. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and there's 2 away. It really comes down to, if you haven't been paying attention to what's been going on in the position battles with the Atlanta Braves this spring, there's probably 1, maybe 2 roster spots available on the bench offensively. And then in the pitching, as Tanner Hoke kicks the first pitch on the way and Shoemake takes it low and inside, but they'll call it a strike. It's 0-1. The number 5 starter position is up, and the 0-1 pitch on the way, and that ball's going to clip Shoemake right in the right hamstring, and he's going to head down to first base, so he appears to be okay. Now, Shoemake has been playing well himself, right in the top of the hamstring, like we'll say 3 inches below the wallet. And in a normal situation, you would have Shoemake probably make the team as a heck of a option off the bench, but with his youth, they're going to want him to get more and more at bats, so it's unlikely he breaks with the club. First pitch on the way to Kevin Pillar, takes it outside for a ball, and it's 1-0. Kevin Pillar played AAA baseball last year, hit 300 in Oklahoma City. The 1-0 pitch inside, and it's 2-0. I fully expect Pillar to make the team as a veteran bat off the bench, plus he can play the outfield position. He's a great base runner. The 2-0 pitch, way off the plate and wide, and they're going to call that a strike, and wow, Pillar doesn't like it. I can't blame him. So a 2-1 count, 1 on, swing and a miss on a changeup, and the perfect pitch for Schuster to go on. He swipes second base with ease. Head first slide, misses the tag by a mile. And Atlanta has something cooking here. Runner in scoring position with 2 away. Pillar awaits the 2-2 pitch. Deuces are wild here in the second. Here's the pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash. Braves Country Baseball on St. Patty's Day.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Happy St. Patrick's Day from Braves Country. While we bring you pitch by pitch of your Atlanta Braves, we'll also keep you up to date of all the scores in March Madness. Slate looks like this. They got going this afternoon at 12:15 Eastern. USC versus Michigan State. Georgia's own Kennesaw State is battling Xavier, the 14 versus 3. And at 1:30, it's UC Santa Barbara head-to-head with number 3 Baylor. 5 versus 12 at 2 o'clock, VCU and St. Mary's. 2 versus 15 at 2:45, Vermont and Marquette. Iowa State's in action at 3:10, while the 4 o'clock, number 6 Creighton and 11 NC State. 4:30, Iona and UConn, and at 6:50 tonight as the number 1 Purdue Boilermakers in action. Providence and Kentucky tip-off at 7:10, Miami and the Drake at 7:25. Grand Canyon, a 15.5-point dog to Gonzaga at 7:35. Memphis and FAU 9:20, while the late games has Kansas State, Indiana, and TCU all hitting the hardwood. Now back to Braves versus Red Sox, St. Patty's Day edition, live on Braves Country Baseball, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on YouTube.com at Braves Country. Welcome back. First pitch on the way from Schuster is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch from Schuster pulls the string on that changeup. Swing and a miss by McGuire, the left-handed hitting catcher. Lefty-lefty matchup, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, Schuster working much quicker this inning. Swing and a miss over the top. Looked like the changeup in the dirt, and it's 1-2. Braves 1, Red Sox 0. The 1-2 pitch from Schuster. He kicks and deals, swung on, popped up. Will it stay in play? Riley giving chase high in the sky, shades his eyes with the glove, and makes the catch. We'll be here pitch by pitch all game long here. 4 games a year this year. Today, because our normal 3 to 5 drive time sports talk show, as the first pitch on the way to Allen, Greg Allen, playing left field from the right-hand side of the plate, takes it low for a strike. It's 0-1. The 1-0-1 pitch and misses just out of the zone, 1-1. Schuster working quickly. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2, and it's 1-2. Today, after the game, whenever it ends, the 1-2 pitch in the dirt, misses, ball 2 at 2-2. Our regularly scheduled Braves Country HD, we will go straight into our sports talk show. The 2-2 pitch, right there at the knees, called strike 3, and Schuster has himself another strikeout. There's 2 away. Nice pitch by Schuster. And that is his 4th strikeout of the day. First pitch on the way. And called for a strike. It's 0-1. Nico Goodrum now to the plate. The third baseman takes it low for a ball, evens up the count at 1-1. Batted 194 this spring, 459 OPS. The 1-1 delivery inside, down and low for a ball. It's 2-1. Schuster has a shiny 0.87 ERA this spring. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Way over the top and off balanced out of the zone. It's 2-2. The 2-2 delivery from Schuster, swung on and missed, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. 5 strikeouts in 2 innings. We'll head to the top of the third. Braves Country Baseball here on 99.1 FM The Key and Braves Country HD.
We can't Urban Dern your frazzle dazzle.
Braves Country HD is AFC South Country all season long.
They hand it off Fournette. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow! Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown pull.
Slant, caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punts the ball into the stands.
Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown Jacksonville.
Stay locked in to the AFC South on Braves Country HD.
Cars from all over America come to find a new home in Florida, just like you. I moved here after the draft, football. I noticed there was one thing missing from this great town, a celebrity-endorsed used car shop. That's why I founded BJ's Used Autos. Every one of these beauties is freshly painted. They look brand new. We have new models coming in every morning, usually around 2 a.m. We can get you anything. And if you see a car of your dreams, tell us. We can acquire it for you. I've taken the skills I've learned as a pro football player to the used car business. Smash, grab, and run like hell. I'm tackling low prices with hot cars.
The bat is made of turned ash, less than 42 inches long, not more than 2 3/4 inches in diameter.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back. Yolmer Sanchez takes the first pitch at the top of the zone for a strike, and it's 0-1. Sanchez playing second base today. And the 0-1 pitch swung on and bounced foul down the line, and it's 0-2. Ozzie Albies is your designated hitter. So Sanchez is playing second. Shoemaker's the shortstop if you're just joining us. Grissom getting the day off so far. The 0-2 pitch, wide and outside, and it's 1-2. We'll be here next Thursday, Braves versus Mets, our final spring training tune-up broadcast before opening day, where we will bring you Braves Nationals 1 o'clock on both of those starts. The 1-2 pitch swung on and popped up high. Not very deep. Tappy is underneath it in right field. He'll make the catch. And there's one away. That'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Got to get his back going before the season begins. Batting just 190 this spring, 809 OPS. Open stance from the left side of the plate. Here's the first pitch to Ozzie, and it's outside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Way outside. It's 2-0. The 2-0 pitch from Hook. He kicks and deals, and right there, top of the zone with the high strike, it's 2-1. Ozzie Albies trying to bounce back from a injury-riddled 2022. The 2-1 just misses right about the same spot where they got the high strike. It is now 3-1. March Madness update. Michigan State leads Southern Cal 49-40. That game is in the second half. The 3-1 on the way, bounced off the plate with a swing and a foul tip, and it's 3-2. Braves 1, Red Sox nothing. Here's a 3-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is roped down the first base line, but plenty foul towards the dugout. And it's 3-2. Hope everyone's enjoying their St. Patrick's Day as the Atlanta Braves creep even closer towards opening day. The 3-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. And a tough at bat goes to Tanner Hoke, and there's 2 away. Boston Red Sox, Atlanta Braves. This has been a St. Patty's Day tradition. They often play on St. Patty's Day. The 2 original Boston franchises. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson, misses high and outside. It's 1-0. Matt Olson had a solo shot over the center field wall that went 462 feet, an absolute bomb in the first inning, and that's your only run so far. The 1-0 pitch fouled back, and it's 1-1. One delivery, way outside, misses, and it's 2-1. Tanner Hoke, the young right-hander. Red Sox have a lot of hope for this season. He's worked in the rotation and the bullpen the last few years. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. Nasty changeup that the 2-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is rifled over towards third base, and they shifted it just perfectly. A good catch by Goodrum. That'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Sit sharp. I'm not playing your stupid game.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans. We're 1 out away, Braves Country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over to first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the chop through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the 2021 World Series. Oh, baby.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
The batter has only a few thousandths of a second to decide to hit the ball. And yet the men who fail 7 times out of 10 are considered the game's greatest heroes.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves lead at 1-0. Jared Schuster, who has been pitching an absolute gem, is back out there on the mound. And he had a little bit of a rough first inning, loaded the bases, but all in all, 5 strikeouts and 6 outs total. So 2 innings, 5 strikeouts. Arroyo was heading to the plate. Now the trainer and their manager, Alex Cora, came out there to talk to him. I don't know if they didn't. I guess they just didn't like what they saw. They asked him, but it looks like he's ready. And here's the first pitch from Schuster, swung on and batted over towards third base. Riley's got it, has to charge, fires it over to first. There's out number 1, and there's quickly 1 away. Jarrett Schuster, 2 innings and a third, now 44 pitches. So kind of a high pitch count, but he does have the strikeouts. But the thing that's going to hurt him this start, and he'll have at least 1 more, if not 2, as the first pitch on the way to Cassis is a high strike top corner, and it's 0-1. Snicker and company have always made it very apparent as the 0-1 pitch swung on and missed, and it's 0-2, that they make their decision on who's going to make this rotation, and the bullpen for that matter, on who is hitting the strike zone. They don't care as much about the ERA in the spring. It's the strike zone. They hate giving up the free passes. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to find a hole in between Shoemake and the second base bag, and it's a dribbling single to get the Red Sox started here in the third. That ball was hit hard off the pitcher's mound and kept going, had a high hop. No one had a prayer as it found a seeing eye single in between second and shortstop. So that'll bring Adam Duvall to the plate. Duvall digs in, righty-lefty matchup, and the first pitch is right there at the knees. It's 0-1. He took the first pitch, his first at bat against Schuster, and rifled it off the green monster. It was held to a single because of a great defensive play by Marcell Ozuna, of all folks. The 0-1 pitch is fouled down the line, and it's 0-2. "13 days till opening day. In the final tune-ups, you'll see more starters play in these games than you did at the beginning." The 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Good block by Murphy. It's going to keep the runner at bay, and it's 1-2. Schuster gets a new ball. The 1-2 pitch swung on and just takes a high fly ball, but it's going to be playable. Harris is underneath it. He'll make the catch. Duvall comes in after his injury last year. Looks to be in pretty good shape. They're expecting him to play center field every day for the Boston Red Sox. The first pitch on the way to Tapia, lefty-lefty matchup. He was hit by a pitch last time, misses outside, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Sweeping curveball out of the zone. It's 2-0. The 2-0 swung on and popped up high into left center field. Harris and Ozuna are there. Ozuna will make the catch, and that'll end the inning. So a pretty quick inning as well here in the third. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Yeah.
Prognosis negative.
Smith corks one into right down the line. It may go. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Ortiz in the deep right right field. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Little roller up along first. Behind the bag. It gets through Buckner. Here comes Knight, and the Mets win it.
This is
Armchair.
High fly ball into right field. She is gone.
A lot of room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What? Armchair.
At its heart lie mythic contradictions. A pastoral game born in crowded cities. An exhilarating democratic sport that tolerates cheating and has excluded as many as it has included. A profoundly conservative game that often manages to be years ahead of its time.
Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country HD. Welcome back. The Atlanta Braves will grab the bats. Hook is back out there to pitch. Stepping into the plate is Austin Riley. He'll take the first pitch high and inside. It's 1-0. Get you caught up on the March Madness. Michigan State leads Southern Cal by 9 with 8 minutes left. The 1-0 pitch just on the outer edge, called for a strike. It's 1-1. And Kennesaw State, them Georgia boys, they are leading number 3 Xavier 43-36 at the half. How about that? The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded foul, and it's 1-2. And Baylor leads UC Santa Barbara by 5 in the first. The 1-2 pitch swung on and just got a piece of it, grounded it foul, trickling over towards the Red Sox dugout. We'll do it again at 1-2. Later on this afternoon, you've got VCU versus St. Mary's, Vermont and Marquette, Pittsburgh and Iowa State, and NC State versus Creighton, with Iona and UConn being the late afternoon tilt. The 1-2 pitch swung on and hit down the right field line into the corner. Drifting back is Tapia. He'll make the catch. And there's one away. A deep fly ball into that right field corner, but just didn't have quite enough carry on it to get out. The wind is whipping around. I believe from the looks of it, it looks like that it's blowing from right to left. Sean Murphy comes to the plate and he swings and misses at the first pitch. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch inside, misses for a ball. It's 1-1. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors for the Atlanta Braves. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for the Boston Red Sox. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and rips it down the left field line, but plenty foul, and we'll do it again. Kennesaw State just began the second half, so we'll keep you up to date on their game. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3. A tough at bat there for Murphy, way off balance. Looked like the changeup on the outer part of the plate, and he was looking for something inside. He was all kind of twisted like a pretzel on that one. and there's quickly 2 away. I have to agree with that, Nathan. I just saw that comment. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris, and right there at the knees for a strike, it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, top shelf, outer edge, called for a strike, it's 0-2. In fact, if you're heading to Vegas or any kind of app, it wouldn't be a bad idea to put Matt Olson as a dark horse for NL MVP. The 0-2 pitch on the way, swung on and hit into the hole between the 5 and 6 hole. A diving shortstop attempt by the Boston Red Sox, just from the outstretched glove, sliding across the grass was Dalbec, and it's going to be a base hit for Money Mike and the Atlanta Braves. It's interesting that they have Dalbec playing shortstop. I don't recall him playing middle infield much last year. He was typically on the corners. The 0-1 pitch is way outside, just a bit outside. It goes all the way to the backstop, and Michael Harris jogs down to second. That was an easy take for Ozuna. If he would have been a left-handed hitter, the ball still would have been behind him. That's how far out of the zone that was. There's a quick mound visit by the hind catcher McGuire and the other infielders. Didn't appear that a coach made it out there, so they just wanted to get on the same page, probably going over signs with the runner on second. But with 2 away, I can't imagine in a spring training game he's a threat to steal. The 1-0 pitch misses way outside again. It's 2-0. Look like that same pitch. I think he's trying to bring in a sweeping slider, and it is just sweeping way across into the left batter's box. The 2-0 pitch, down below the knees. About the same type of pitch, much better pitch, but just misses out of the strike zone. It's 3-0. Standing on deck is Shoemake. The 3-0 delivery, way outside again. And the Red Sox catcher McGuire had to backhand it to his knee, spun around, and somehow kept that ball from going to the backstop one more time. So you wonder how much longer they'll let him go before someone goes out there to talk to him. You got to figure the pitching coach has got to be seeing something. So that'll bring Shoemake to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup. Shoemake takes the first pitch on the outer edge, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Brandon Shoemake was hit by a pitch last time up. The 0-1 delivery, swung on and missed. Nice pitch by Hawk, and it's 0-2. Looked like a changeup, pulled the string right above the right kneecap of Shoemake, and he twisted himself into the ground. The 0-2 pitch swung on and fouled out of play. We'll do it again at 0-2. Braves 1, Boston nothing. The Braves have runners on first and second, 2 away. The 0-2 pitch just got a piece of it, fouled it off the home plate, and it dribbles towards the first base dugout. We'll do it again. I think Brandon Shoemake has played so well here recently. he is going to make a strong case to get to the major leagues one way or the other in the very near future, whether it's with Atlanta or the Braves use him as a part of a trade. The 0-2 delivery on the way, down below the knees, just lays off of it. Good eye by Brandon. And it's 1-2. Michigan State now in control of that game versus Southern Cal. They lead by 12, just 4 minutes to go. And an update with Kennesaw State. Kennesaw, Georgia, baby. 51-38 over Xavier. The 1-2 pitch on the way. Curveball, strike 3. Nice pitch by Hoke to get out of the jam. And that'll end the inning. The Braves threaten, but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash. Bottom of 4 here on Braves Country.
Cheeseburger, 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 cheeseburger.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
I only drink alcohol on days that start with a T, so that's Tuesday, Thursday, today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
It is an American odyssey that links sons and daughters to fathers and grandfathers. And it reflects a host of age-old American tensions between workers and owners, scandal and reform, the individual and the collective.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. We want to welcome in the listeners here on WQEE 99.1 FM. Atlanta Braves lead at 1-0. If you're just joining us, all the scoring you missed was a Matt Olson solo blast in the first inning to put the Braves on top. Jared Schuster's on the bump, and he kicks the first pitch on the way to Refsnyder, and it's right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery from Schuster, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Fastball, top shelf. Schuster trying to get that final slot. The 0-2 pitch misses wide and outside, and it's 1-2. He's gone 3 innings so far, 5 strikeouts and 1 walk. The 1-2 pitch down below the knees, and it's 2-2. Kennesaw State leads Xavier 51-38. That game is in the second half. A 14 seed trying to upend a 3. The 2-2 on the way, fouled back out of play, and we'll do it again. It's 2-2. Michigan State putting Southern Cal away. They're up by 15 with 4. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Schuster pulled the string on that one. Refsnyder came out of his shoes, and there's 1 away. Braves in their St. Patrick's Day ball caps. Green bill, green top with the green mesh, and the A with the tomahawk in green. First pitch on the way to Dalbeck is taken for a strike up top, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery from the left-hander, fouled back down and out of play towards the first base dugout, and it's quickly 0-2. Bobby Dalbeck .215 last year. The 0-2 pitch swung on, grounded over towards third. Riley's got it, scoops it, fires it across the diamond right to Olsen, and there's 2 away. Stay tuned after the ball game. We're going to do our typical 3 to 5 Braves Country HD talk show. We'll recap the game and get into March Madness and some NFL talk. First pitch on the way to McGuire. Lefty-lefty matchup is right there at the knees for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Good eye by McGuire. He spits on it and evens up the count at 1-1. Baylor leads by 1 over Santa Barbara. They're heading towards the half. The 1-1 in the dirt. And it's 2-1. That final spot, barring injury, is coming down to Schuster or Dodd. So we'll be closely watching that. The 2-1 pitch misses down and outside. It's 3-1. The 3-1 pitch on the way, and right there at the knees, called for a strike. Good hook by Schuster. It froze McGuire. So you got a full count, 2 away. Here's a 3-2 pitch, and gag him! Sit him down, Joe. His fingers is so caught there looking. McGuire wanted the call, but he got caught watching the paint dry. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neal, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Thursday, March 23rd, 1 p.m. Eastern, it's Braves versus Mets right here on Braves Country HD. The Atlanta Braves spring training is winding down and important roster spots will be decided. Make sure to drop in and catch Braves Country spring training baseball right here on Braves Country HD, wherever you stream. Like and subscribe today. We're bringing you over 100 broadcasts in total in every game throughout the playoffs. That's Braves Mets, Thursday, March 23rd, 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on Braves Country HD.
Hey, Yankees, you can take your apology out of your trophy and shove it straight up.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m. Drive time on WQEE. Welcome back. Atlanta Braves lead it 1-0. Matt Olson went yard in the first inning, hit an absolute mammoth blast. Welcome in here on WQEE. Tonight you got River Dragon hockey, Dragons versus Seawolves, 7 p.m. Air Force Heating and Air. Pre-game show 7:30. The puck drops. Here's the first pitch on the way to Pilar, and he hits it high and deep into left field. It is going to carry him off the green monster, and he'll pull into second base with the leadoff double. Tanner Hoke is back out there for the Red Sox to go another inning as we enter the top of the fifth. And he hung one over the plate. I thought that had a chance to leave the nest, but just hit the top of the green monster. So that'll bring Sanchez to the plate. Left-handed hitting Sanchez takes the first pitch on the way from Hoke. Outside for a ball, it's 1-0. Most of your starters who haven't been delayed by injury are around that 5-inning plateau at this point, so this will probably be his last inning if Hope can get through it. They typically also have a pitch number that they don't want to see the guys go over. So you'll see something strange in spring training you don't see hardly any other time, where a manager will go get a guy in the middle of a count. The 0-1 pitch is on the way and grounded foul over towards first base. Sanchez playing second base today with Ozzie playing designated hitter. The pitch on the way to Sanchez is swung on and popped up. It's high in the sky. Underneath it is Tapia. He'll make the catch. He'll fire it into the infield, and Pilar is on the move. Here comes the slide. Foot first slide, and he is safe by a mile. Good piece of base running by Pilar. Another reason why I think he is most likely to make this team. And that'll bring Ozzie Albies to the plate. Ozzie Albies batting left-handed with the open stance. 1 out. Runner 90 feet away from the run. Here's the first pitch on the way, and it's a curveball right there at the knees. It's 0-1. Ozzie fly out and strike out so far. The Red Sox will bring the infield in. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Oz, and inside for a ball. It's 1-1. Braves 1, Boston 0. Happy St. Patrick's Day. The 1-0 delivery. Swing and rifle down the right field line, and that is going to score a run. That ball was scorched. Just dropped in fair when it goes up against the wall before it can get to the right field corner. Very narrow area down the right field line here in the Red Sox spring training ballpark. It mimics the Boston Red Sox real ballpark if you're familiar with the way their right field line goes. So just before it hit that corner pocket, it ricocheted off. And Ozzie was not able to advance to second because the ball came back to the fielder so quickly. So that'll bring Olsen to the plate. Olsen 1 for 2 with the home run. It's 2-0 Atlanta. And here's the pitch right there, top shelf for a strike, and it's 0-1. Matt Olson hit 34 home runs last year, an 802 OPS with 103 RBI, and that was considered a down year. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. We'll do it again at 0-2. He has had an incredible spring so far, And I expect Olsen, who's going to be a little more comfortable in his surroundings now, to have another torrid year. The next pitch on the way is swung on and hit high and deep, going back. That baby's bringing rain. A 2-run blast over the wall, over the fence, over the stands. And it's 4-0 Hotlanta GA. I mean, he absolutely crushed that. Looked like a changeup that just flattened out and never had any drop, and it might as well have been a batting practice pitch. That ball disappeared towards the tree line, and it's 4-0 Atlanta. The 0-1. First pitch on the way to Riley is swung on a miss, and it's 0-1. Riley 0 for 1 on the day. He did reach via the walk. The 0-1 in the dirt, and it's 1-1. Austin Riley, 38 home runs and 93 RBI last year. The Pitch is on the way, and it's right there at the knees. Called for a strike, and it's 1-2. Kind of a hazy, sunny day here in South Florida today. Not expecting rain, but there is a little cloud coverage going in and out that the fielders have had to fight all day. The 1-2 pitch swung on, grounded over to third, easily made by Goodrum, and he'll throw it over to first. A 5-3 putout if you're scoring at home, and there's 2 away. If you're just getting into baseball over the winter, the Braves signed Sean Murphy to a 6-year deal over the winter. Brought him in from the Oakland A's in a blockbuster trade that sent William Contreras to Milwaukee and Kyle Muller, among others, to Oakland. That's going to be it for Hoke. They're going to make a quick pitching change. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country, Braves Country HD, wherever you stream.
You play to win the game.
Covering the AFC South and NFC South along with the rest of the NFL. Subscribe and like us today. Your first choice for sports talk live from the First Coast.
Brad, you might know the answer, but where's Dobbs' eyebrows? I have to know. The kid looks like an alien.
I actually found out where Dobbs' eyebrows went to. He mailed them to Anthony Davis of the Pelicans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Before we start eating, just go around the table and say what we're thankful for.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes the Cowboys game is going to be on, and everyone is going to shut up.
Okay, it kind of needs to be about family.
I'm thankful that in 4 minutes the Cowboys game is going to be on, and my family is going to shut up.
By 1800, town ball and its many variations were played nearly everywhere. On their way back from the Pacific Ocean, Lewis and Clark played a game of base with the Nez Perce Indians as they prepared to cross the Bitterroot Mountains. In the 1830s, on the western frontier of Missouri, ball was the favorite sport of Joseph Smith, the founder of a new religious sect called the Mormon. But back east in Cooperstown, New York, city fathers passed an ordinance restricting play after merchants complained about too many broken windows. Meanwhile, in New York City, they were starting to play a brand new version of the game.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-0. Perry is the new pitcher. Misses the first 2 pitches inside for balls, and it's 2-0. Braves lead at 4-0 off the bat of Matt Olson. 2 home runs today. And another pitch misses aside. It's 3-0. The 3-0 pitch. High and outside, out of the zone. Sean Murphy will draw up a 4-pitch walk and head down to first. Atlanta Braves, Boston Red Sox on St. Patrick's Day. We will be back with Braves Country Baseball next Thursday as the Braves take on the Mets. First pitch on the way to Harris is a strike, top of the zone. And Perry throws his first strike out of the pen. It's 0-1. Michael Harris digs in, the 0-1 pitch on the way, and that ball is rifled into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. Adam Duvall is going to cut it off. So that'll keep Murphy from advancing to third. We got runners on first and second, the 2 away, and the big bear, Marcell Ozuna, coming to the plate. righty-righty matchup. The young Perry digs in and pitch is down below the knees for a strike. It's 1-0. You don't get a lot of the radar information, but that is a heater that he's throwing. Perry looks to be in the mid-90s with his fastball. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses outside, and it's 2-0. Perry kicks and deals the 2-0 pitch, swung on and popped up, and is high in the sky, giving chase. They'll make a circus catch in the outfield to end the inning. Think he lost it in the sun. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball on St. Patty's Day.
I wanted to see where that was going. The steroids, if we would have left it alone, dude, we would have had guys the size of McGuire playing second base by now. You know, it would have been awesome. And because they were so roided up, there would have been no defense anyway, so you wouldn't have to worry about these shifts. You know, they'd barely be able to move. It would have been awesome. They should have just left the game alone. But no, we got to worry about everybody's kidney failure and, you know, all that kind of stuff. I feel like that's none of my business.
Armchair.
But I told Pete, like, hey, we'll get you 3 at-bats. He goes, no, I want them all. I'm like, okay, I'll get you all the at-bats, but I'm going to pick you up for defense in the 9th. He goes, no. And he was telling me a story about how he didn't make the U.S. team as a 17-year-old, and it bothered him. And he's never forgotten it. So he's like, if I ever get a chance to put this back on, you're going to have to rip me off the field. And I'm like, Pete, it's an exhibition game. The Joyce kid from the Angels is throwing a $103. The last thing I need is you getting one in the ribs right here before we go get after this thing. He's like, I got it.
Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman. Hit high and deep into center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Rama ding dong. The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4 on the bat of Freddie Freeman. The crowd is going bananas. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta leads it 4-0 on St. Patrick's Day. And Schuster's back out there for the bottom of the 5th inning. He'll throw the first pitch on the way, and that ball is rifled over to left field. Ozuna's on it. He'll get it back into the infield, but it's a leadoff single for Allen in the Boston 5th. Game plan today is for Schuster to go. Well, that's it. He's going to throw one pitch here in the 5th, and that'll be it. So we'll take a quick break. Braves lead at 4-0. Snicker is going to the pen. Thursday, March 23rd, 1 p.m. Eastern, it's Braves versus Mets right here on Braves Country HD. The Atlanta Braves spring training is winding down and important roster spots will be decided. Make sure to drop in and catch Braves Country spring training baseball right here on Braves Country HD, wherever you stream. Like and subscribe today. We're bringing you over 100 broadcasts in total in every game throughout the playoffs. That's Braves Mets, Thursday, March 23rd, 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on Braves Country HD.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neal, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Welcome back here to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-0. We're getting a pitching change while we're waiting on the Braves to come back from that pitching change. We'll go ahead and hit the scoreboard real quick as Atlanta, the Braves fans, the Braves faithful, a game of interest in this area. So it looks like it's going to be Nick Anderson out of the pen. The right-hander throws a fastball at the knees. It's 0-1. Kennesaw State leads Xavier. Now 8 minutes left in the game. They're up by 8. UC Santa Barbara leads Baylor by 1 at the half. The 0-1 pitch swung on and grounded over to second, and it'll be a routine 4-6-3 double play. Good play by Arroyo, and Shoemake made it seem seamlessly easy. And it's so, I don't know if deja vu is the right term for it, but Shoemake looks so much like Dansby Swanson playing the shortstop position. I noticed this last year in spring training. It's eerie how much this kid looks like him. When I was making the call there, I wanted to say Dansby. The 1-0 pitch on the way to Arroyo. He swings and hits it high in the sky. Underneath it, making the catch in right field is Pilar, and that'll end the inning. So the Red Sox threaten, but just like that, the Braves get out of the jam. Good inning by Anderson. We'll be back in a flash on Braves Country.
Oh, yeah? Well, me and the Lord, we got an understanding. We're on a mission from God.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac McGee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long, giving you Braves Country Baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on the key.
NBA tradition says rookies must carry all veterans' bags on road trips. But a rookie, Larry Bird, on his very first road trip with the Boston Celtics, stood up in front of every veteran on the bus and said, "I want you guys to know, I'm never going to get you any water, and I'm never going to carry one bag, ever." And he never did.
Armchair.
Bad food and overpriced drink had been sold at ballparks since the 1850s, but it took one very ambitious British-born caterer to turn concessions into an empire. Harry M. Stevens had begun his career hawking scorecards in the 1880s, all the while regaling the crowds with quotes from Byron and Shakespeare. By 1901, he was peddling hard-boiled eggs, ham sandwiches, ice cream, and slices of pie in stadiums from New York to Ohio. Then, one cold afternoon, when ice cream sales slowed at the Polo Grounds, he sent out for German sausages, which he put in long buns so fans could hold and eat them. He had made his greatest contribution to the game, introducing hot dogs to the ballpark.
Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back, and on the mound for the Boston Red Sox, another familiar face. Kenley Jansen will take the mound. First time I've seen Jansen since all these new rules have been put into place. I'll be interested to see if he can still do all of his antics on the mound in time. First pitch on the way from Jansen, and it swung on and rifled up the middle. Shoemake has himself a base hit. Single right past the diving second baseman under the glove. And it's 1 on, nobody out, and Kevin Pillar coming to the plate. Good piece of hitting by Shoemake. Now batting .308 on the spring. We're just 13 days away from opening day. And Kevin Pillar sits in, and the first pitch is a fastball right across the belt, called for a strike, and it's 0-1. Jansen is still doing the shimmy and whatnot. It's a little more reserved, but the 0-1 delivery inside, fastball misses, and it's 1-1. Braves 4, Boston nothing. If you're just joining us, Matt Olson has 2 home runs on the day. Next pitch misses inside, high top shelf. And it's 2-1. The 2-1 delivery from Jansen inside. That fastball keeps drifting inside on him. Not quite hitting the batter, but Pillar is having to bend out of the way a bit. So you got a 3-1 pitch, and Jansen flips a nonchalant pickoff move over to first. So he's wasted one of those already. In the new rules of Major League Baseball, per at bat, as the 3-1 pitch is fouled back out of play, it's 3-2. A pitcher can only offer over to the bag twice during an at bat for pickoff moves. After that, he can go over there a third time, but he's got to get him. If not, it's an automatic balk. The 3-2 delivery on the way, swung on, and that ball is grounded up the middle. The runner was on the move, so Shoemake will be safe at second. A 4-3 put out, backhanded play, gets the out at first. But Shoemake moves up 90 feet. And there's 1 away. Runner on second, 1 out. And Sanchez steps to the plate. Righty-lefty matchup here. And time is called. It's another one of the new rules. You can call time. Now, they don't have to give it to you, but you can call time 1 time in at bat. First pitch on the way is a curveball there at the knees. Called for a strike. I misunderstood what they did. That wasn't time. They called Kenley Jansen for too much time, so that was an automatic ball. The 1-1 delivery, strike right there, and it's 1-2. So I thought time was called. I didn't see Sanchez move, but I misunderstood. It was an automatic ball. The 1-2 pitch on the way and fouled out of play. We'll do it again at 1-2. Another one of those new rules. They really hit us with just a plethora of new rules in one season. Really would have thought they would have trickled this in. But you've got the pitch clock. As the 1-2 pitch is on the way, swung on, grounded over towards second. 4-3 easy put out on the play. Shoemake goes from second to third, so he's now 90 feet away from making this a 5-0 game. But you've got the pitch clock. You've got being able to call time. You've got offering for the base runners on pickoff moves. Then you've got the illegal shift and the expanded bases. First pitch on the way to Ozzie, top shelf strike, and it's 0-1. Ozzie Albies 1 for 3, RBI single in the fifth, came around to score on the mammoth blast by Olsen, his second of the day. The 0-1 pitch is little high, little inside. Ozzie doesn't like it. They called it a strike, and he's leering back at him. Then he nods his head on. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way. Inside. They did call that a ball, and it's 1-2. Kennesaw State now trailing 63-61. There's still 3:40 left in that game. We'll keep you up to date on what's going on with Kennesaw State basketball in March Madness. The 1-2 pitch on the way, and top shelf misses high out of the zone. It's now 2-2. Standing on deck is Matt Olson, who's 2 for 3, 2 home runs, and 3 RBIs, hitting .444. His OPS of 15 plus is the highest in Major League Baseball in spring. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, looked like the hook, and he just couldn't time it right, and that'll end the inning. So we'll head to the bottom of the 6th. Braves lead it 4-0.
Challenge accepted.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
I might audible. If I audible, I'll use
Omaha! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Do it! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Japan! New York! Richmond, Florida! Cali, Buffalo! Hey, Short Ox! Do the Raiders! Omaha! I'm out!
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Darryl Strawberry has gone out to get some sunglasses, so the sun has poked through the clouds here at Wrigley, much to the delight of the fans.
There's a lot of daughters here, too.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Nick Anderson back out there to pitch another inning in relief. First pitch on the way to Cassis, down below the knees, and it's 1-0. It's time to turn back time here on Braves Country Baseball, as we do every single ball game. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and fouled back. It's 1-1. Here's a non-baseball turn back time for you today. Considering we've got River Dragon hockey coming on tonight, I thought this would be an appropriate one. On this date, 1955, as the 1-1 pitch is in the dirt, taken for a ball, it's 2-1. National League President Clarence Campbell suspends Montreal Canadiens' Maurice the Rocket Richard for a vicious attack during a game. The 2-1 pitch is in the dirt and taken for a ball. It's now 3-1. Because of the suspension, riots ensue in Montreal on this date in 1955. The following date, after and much was attributed to the fact that it was St. Patrick's Days and the bars were filled. The 3-1 pitch, inside, ball 4, and Cassis will head down to first on a free pass. 37 people were injured and taken to the hospital in that riot in Montreal. Over 100 arrests, and that's on this date in 1955. On this date in 1936, Joe DiMaggio debuts with 4 hits in a spring training game against the St. Louis Cardinals. First pitch on the way from Anderson is a fastball on the outer edge, just misses for a ball to Adam Duvall. It's 1-0. DiMaggio's debut would take place on Miller Huggins Field in St. Pete, Florida. The Yankees would lose the exhibition 8-7. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 1-1. On this date in 1946, Dayton Beach, Florida, Jackie Robinson debuts for the Montreal Royals. As the 1-1 pitch on the way popped up and fouled back, it's 1-2. That would break the official color barrier in baseball. Now, a year later, he would do it for Major League Baseball in 1947. Why did he have to wait so long? Because Dayton Beach was the first venue that would allow Robinson to play on the field. So about 40 years later, in 1990, they would then name the stadium after him, Jackie Robinson Field, and it still is to this day. The 1-2 pitch from Anderson to Duvall is swing and a miss, strike 3. A big whiff and a big out here in the bottom of the 6th. On this date, 1953, the last spring trading game of the Boston Braves took place. During the 6th inning of that game, Major League Baseball announced that the Milwaukee Braves, as the first pitch on the way to Tapia is a wide high strike, it's 0-1. That the Boston Braves would be moving to Milwaukee that season. The 0-1 misses outside for a ball. It's 1-1. So just 2 weeks away from opening day, essentially, the Boston Braves would become the Milwaukee Braves the following day. The 1-1 pitch on the way, and that ball is rifled. Nice catch, and fired back over to first. We're going to get an inning-ending double play as Sanchez. No, that was Tolman. Tolman's in for the game. Good play by Tolman as that ball was smoked to him. We'll be back here on Braves Country Baseball. Keep it locked in here on the Key in Braves Country HD.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
One out, nobody on. 2-2 count to Pete Rose. We've just started a wet day in Baltimore. There's a fly ball down the right field line. Tough chance. It's in for a base hit. Rose is coming for 2. It gets away from Robinson. Rose hit the dirt. And had he rounded the bag, he might have gone for 3. He thought it would be a play on him at second.
Cincinnati's Charlie Hustle, Pete Rose, and this is the way Rose plays the game. Just 150% each and every time, whether the ball is there or not.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
Walt Whitman. Brooklyn Eagle, 1846.
In our sundown perambulations of late, through the outer parts of Brooklyn, we have observed several parties of youngsters playing base, a certain game of ball. Let us go forth a while and get better air in our lungs. Let us leave our close rooms. The game of ball is glorious.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Kennesaw State and Xavier are tied with less than a minute left, and Kennesaw State has the possession. We'll keep you up to date on that. Another possible shocker in March Madness. First pitch on the way here in the top of the 7th inning. Ryan Brazier is coming on to pitch for the Boston Red Sox. And the 1-0 pitch is swung on, grounded over towards short. Quick put out. Castile, who just came in and made a great, spectacular defensive play, is out number 1. So Ryan Castile, who came in for Austin Riley, you'll start seeing some substitutions as we get later in this game. Now, they'll play later now than they normally do. So 1 out. And coming to the plate is Phillip, who's the new third baseman for the Atlanta Braves. Phillip takes a swing at the 0-1 pitch, and that ball's going to trickle through the 4-6 hole into center field. And Phillip has a 1-out single. So to clean that up a bit, Castile came in for Olsen, Phillip for Riley. There was a blurb on the stat sheet that showed differently a second ago, but they've got it straightened out. So that will bring Sean Murphy to the plate, and he will bat. First pitch on the way, and Murphy has a Baltimore chopper through the hole on the right side. It finds its way into right field, and going first to third is Bo Phillip, and the Braves have runners on the corner and 1 away. So Braves 4, Boston nothing. Runners on the corners. I believe there's a mound visit going on. Real quick, the Kennesaw State Xavier game is tied, about 20 seconds left, and Xavier is going to the line after a very questionable foul call. So that'll bring up to the plate Paolini. Paolini is coming in for Michael Harris to play center field. Left-handed batter, and the count is now 1-1 after a called strike and a ball at the knees that dropped to the ground. The 1-1 pitch on the way, taken for a strike. Nice pitch by Brazier, and it's 1-2. Ryan Brazier has been with Boston since 2018. Good right-hander out of the bullpen for Boston. The 1-2 pitch, top of the zone, caught looking. Strike 3. Did not get the bat off his shoulders. Paolini will go grab some pine. That is not the way to impress in a spring training game, my man. I can tell you that right now. So that's going to bring up Marcell Ozuna's spot, but we do have a pinch hitter. It's going to be Mortiz. A lot of moving and shaking this inning, so you'll have a lot of substitutions to catch up with. Andrew Mortiz takes the first pitch outside for a ball. Mortiz went to college at Greensboro, UNC Greensboro. He's from St. Louis, was drafted by the Braves in the 6th round back in 2018. The 1-0 pitch is in the dirt, and it's 2-0. He was in Rome and with the Mississippi Braves, so the A+ and the AA Braves last year. As the 2-0 pitch is right there for a strike. And it's 2-1. Played most of his time with the AA Braves last year, batting .285 with 2 home runs. The 2-1 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, and it's 2-2. So looks like Xavier hit one of the 2 free throws. In Kennesaw State, as the 2-2 pitch swung on, that ball's rifled up the middle, and a run is going to score. Braves lead at 5-0. Runners on first and second. Good piece of hitting by Andrew Mortiz, the 26-year-old, 5'11", 180. Trying to make a splash into the major leagues one day. Makes it 5-0 Atlanta. So to keep you up to date on that Kennesaw State game, Kennesaw State leads or trails by 1. They have the ball with 13 seconds left. So that's going to come down to the final shot. Brandon Shoemake will stay in the game. He's 1 for 2. The first pitch on the way to him, that ball is scorched into right field. That ball's going to get down. Watch, he's going to slam on the brakes, and Murphy, you don't want Murphy getting hit there. Murphy will stay at third, and the bases will be loaded with 2 away. Sean Murphy, in a regular season game, they may have sent him, but no reason to do that. So Brazier now faces the bases loaded. Campbell is coming into the game. He's coming in for Pilar. He should stay in to play right field. Drew Campbell, 25 years old, from Jeffersonville, Indiana. 23rd round for the Atlanta Braves back in 2019. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt. Taken for a ball. It's 1-1. Braves 5, Boston 0. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. Campbell came out of his shoes on that one. Drew Campbell played his college ball with the Louisville Cardinals in the Atlantic Coast Conference. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, ball 2, and it's 2-2. Louisville has had a pretty darn good baseball program for many years. If memory serves, I think that 2019 team was an outstanding team. So bases juiced, 2 outs. Here's the 2-2 pitch swung on and rifled over to third. And I believe that's Goodrum again. That's a third great defensive play he's made today. It is, and that'll end the inning. So Goodrum makes a diving catch. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on the key in Braves Country HD.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Happy St. Patrick's Day from Braves Country. While we bring you pitch by pitch of your Atlanta Braves, we'll also keep you up to date with all the scores in March Madness. Slate looks like this. They got going this afternoon at 12:15 Eastern. USC versus Michigan State. Georgia's own Kennesaw State is battling Xavier, the 14 versus 3. And at 1:30, it's UC Santa Barbara head-to-head with number 3 Baylor. 5 versus 12 at 2 o'clock, VCU and St. Mary's. The 2 versus 15 at 2:45, Vermont and Marquette. Iowa State's in action at 3:10, while the 4 o'clock, number 6 Creighton and 11 NC State. 4:30, Iona and UConn, and at 6:50 tonight as the number 1 Purdue Boilermakers in action. Providence and Kentucky tip-off at 7:10, Miami and the Drake at 7:25. Grand Canyon, a 15.5-point dog to Gonzaga at 7:35. Memphis and FAU 9:20, while the late games has Kansas State, Indiana, and TCU all hitting the hardwood. Now back to Braves versus Red Sox, St. Patty's Day edition, live on Braves Country Baseball, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on YouTube.com at Braves Country. Welcome back. To finish off that turn back time, the Atlanta Braves on this date, 1969, trade Joe Torre, who would obviously go on to MLB Hall of Fame as a manager. Of course, he managed for the Braves later on in the 1980s. The 7th inning, we normally do our birthdays, so let's get into them. As the first pitch on the way from Tonkin to Ref Snyder is swung on and fouled off the plate. It's 0-1. Happy 79th birthday to Cito Gaston. He played sparingly for the Braves early in his playing career, 75 and 77 and 78. But of course, Cito Gaston most known for his 2 World Series championships as the manager of the Toronto Blue Jays. Tonkin kicks the 0-2, and did he go around Ref Snyder? He did. It's 0-2. I thought I had missed a pitch that they'd put 0-2 up there, but it wasn't. It was still 0-1. So Tonkin, the right-hander, 0-2 right there at Bobby Dalbec now to the plate, and Dalbec kicks and deals, and Dalbec swings, and that ball's going high and deep off the green monster, ricochets off the wall. Dalbec is going to be able to make it all the way to third. As a funny hop. The bounce went straight into the air, not a typical ricochet off the wall. It went straight into the air, and the Braves center fielder had to wait for the ball to come down almost like a punt. By the time we corralled the ball, Dalbec had made it all the way to third. That was Paulini making the defensive play. Tonkin kicks and deals on the first pitch, and McGuire, the catcher, takes the first pitch for a ball. It's 1-0. It's a final. Kennesaw State loses to Xavier, but a hard-fought game as they fell 72-67, much closer than that final score indicates. The 1-1 pitch is swung on and popped up. Can of corn, making the play and firing it towards home is the second baseman. That'll keep the runner at third. There's now 2 away. So Kennesaw State loses and is eliminated from the March Madness. But if you took them in the spread, you're smiling right now. They were catching double digits in that game. Another final, Michigan State took out Southern Cal by 10. Those are the only 2 games in the books in March Madness. Stay tuned after the game. We'll have Braves Country HD coming your way right here on the Key and Braves Country HD on YouTube. Is the first pitch from Tonkin. It's fired into Allen, and it's high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. We'll be talking March Madness, baseball, the National Football League, everything. We go live 3 to 5 Monday through Friday right here. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1, evens up the count. It's 1-1. The 1-1 delivery. Fouled back. Fastball, and I think Allen got something in his eye. Seems to be okay, but he was kind of wincing. I don't know if it was some of the dirt off the ball or what, but seems to be okay now. Braves pitching a shutout, but the first run is just 90 feet away. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Good eye by Allen, laid off of that. The gentle check swing, leaving up the count at 2-2. Happy birthday, happy 58th birthday to John Smiley, the Pirates and Reds fame, 126 wins in 12 seasons. The 2-2 pitch on the way, fastball misses outside, and it's 3-2. We've seen the Red Sox for all of our broadcasts this year. Next Thursday, we'll get to see the New York Mets as the 3-2 pitch on the way, swung on, grounded up the middle, but making the play is the shortstop. 6-3 the putout, and that'll end the inning. So the Red Sox threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Now, if you want to crown them, but they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
ACC football covered like no other here on Braves Country HD.
Gets the blitz. Touchdown, Florida State. Rock Preston scores the touchdown. And now it's Bowden's decision. And he sends Mowry onto the field right away. Danny Cannell is the holder. Mowry ties it. This game is over. A 31-31 tie. A 31-31 tie.
A deep throw by Lawrence. A lot of contact. Justin Ross broke free from it. He's down in the end zone. Touchdown, Clemson.
Justin Ross, a freshman wide receiver, big, rangy.
If you're a fan of the ACC, pull up an armchair. You're home.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
It travels 60 feet 6 inches from the pitcher's mound to home, and it can cover that distance at nearly 100 miles an hour. Along the way, it can be made to twist, spin, curve, wobble, rise, or fall away.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, top of the 8th inning. Atlanta Braves lead it 5-0. If you're just joining us, Jared Schuster had a pretty good outing. along with Matt Olson's 2 home runs, have put the Braves up 5-0. Ort comes to the plate. Lefty-righty matchup. Ort kicks and deals, and it's 1-0. The 1-0 delivery. Strike right there at the top of the zone. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch on the way, hit high in the sky, going deep, 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 over the wall, and a solo blast makes it 6-0. Mitchell Tolman hits a home run, his first of the spring, and he'll take the grand tour. Might have been a tad wind-aided, but he got all of that one. So that'll bring Janista up to the plate. You know, they say there's only 42 left on the roster. I beg to differ. There's got to be 686 left on the roster because they continue to be able to shuffle guys in and out. The 0-1 pitch is swung on, hit high and deep. Good gracious. An absolute blast over the right field wall. And Grayson Janista makes it 7-0 Atlanta. Caleb Ort is just giving up bomb after bomb after bomb. Remember him last year coming in against the Braves. Pulling up his statistics now. Oof. 28 innings last year, a 6.35 ERA, so this is about par for the course. First pitch on the way from Ort. Once again, he'll give it a go. Top shelf strike to Castile, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch on the way, swung on and fouled off. It's 0-2. In the women's NCAA tournament, the Georgia Bulldogs lead Florida State by 10 with about 8 minutes left. 0-2 pitch, top of shelf. Just missed a strike. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And there's one away. That'll bring Bo Phillip back to the plate. First pitch on the way from Ort is swung on, and that ball's hammered into right field, and the Red Sox right fielder was trying to barehand the ball, kicked it around a little bit. It allowed Phillip to round first and head towards second. I would think that's got to be an error, but you never know with spring training. To continue with these birthdays here on Braves Country, the baseball birthdays, we'll finish those up first. Happy 33rd birthday to Jean Segura. He was with the Phillies last year. He has signed with the Miami Marlins, 285 lifetime batting average. Rhys Hoskins, speaking of the Phillies, he turns 30 today. 148 home runs in his 6-year career. And Cordell Patterson, the Atlanta Falcons, he turns 30. Another baseball birthday that may not seem like a baseball birthday as the Red Sox continue a mound visit. Danny Ainge turns 64 this year. He's, of course, more famous for his playing days with the Celtics and as the general manager of the Celtics and now out there in Utah. First pitch on the way from Ort is called for a strike, and it's 0-1. But Ainge played for the Toronto Blue Jays from 1979 to 1981 before he decided to go and play in the NBA. The 0-1 pitch on the outer edge, and it's 0-2. Your non-birthdays today, or your non-baseball birthdays, non-sports related birthdays, is the 0-2 pitch misses high. It's 1-2. Happy 51st birthday to Mia Hamm. Of course, she was famously linked to the Boston Red Sox because of the marriage to Noma. As the 1-2 pitch misses high, and it's 2-2. Happy 72nd birthday to Kurt Russell. And Gary Sinise turns 66, and that's your birthdays. Runner on second, a 2-2 pitch swung on and hit into center field. It's going to get down, and here comes the run. It's 8-0 Atlanta. As the route continues, Hudson with the base hit and the RBI. All of the starters have been pulled. Keep it locked in here. We'll bring you Braves Country HD, the conclusion of the ball game, taking you all the way to the 5 o'clock hour. First pitch on the way from Ort is inside for a ball, and it's 1-0. Paulini getting a second at bat. Called on strikes, never swung the bat his first time up. The 1-0 pitch, inside, ball 2, it's 2-0. Baylor starting to take control of the game against UC Santa Barbara. They now lead 66-52 with about 5 minutes left. The 2-0 pitch for Moore, outside for a ball, it's 3-0. A 3-0 count for Mort. Paulini digs in, swing, and fouls it back. It's 3-1. Braves 8, Red Sox nothing. Catcher Hudson must have caught that off of his throwing hand because he's walking around right now shaking his hand. The umpires give him a second to get that stinger cleaned. The 3-1 pitch right there at the knees, and it's 3-2. Marquette leads Vermont by 5 with 8 minutes left in the first. And VCU leads St. Mary's by 1 early in the second. The 3-2 pitch is swung on and hit high and off the green monster. It'll bounce off the wall, and diving into second is Paulini. The runner at second base had to hold up, so he only makes it to third. Wash gives Hudson a pat on the back when he gets to third. I think he was trying to explain to Wash. I'm sure Wash understood what he was doing. We're going to get a pitching change here, so we will be back in just a moment. The Braves lead it 8-0 here in the 8th, spring training baseball on Braves Country. ACC football covered like no other here on Braves Country HD.
Reggie Gillespie dives into the end zone. The winning points for North Carolina State. And the teams come together in the end zone, pushing, shoving between the back and the heels as Gillespie has scored the winning points, his 5th rushing TD. But these teams need to be separated. The emotion boils over on the last play of the game as Gillespie goes to the end zone. And it's a sea of Carolina blue and State red. And Carruthers gets into it, and they've doused him, and now we've got a big brawl out on the field. Marring would have been the 200th victories for Bobby Bowden. Look at this. That's an ugly mess down there. This is ugly. Starting to get it cleared up down there. Oh, there's still some bodies flying around.
ACC football, backyard brawls all year long on Braves Country HD.
I'm up. Biggest pick of the draft. 5th pick, 6th round. TJ Houshmandzadeh. Yes. Lock it up.
Who? What?
TJ, how's the vanilla? All right. TJ, who's your mama?
Fantasy Rule 17. Know how to pronounce your draft picks.
You mean TJ Houshmandzadeh from the Bengals?
Put him on the board. Houshmandzadeh. Got it. Championship.
Fantasy football time.
Fans are on their feet, rooting for Jack Morris. And he takes a little walk, and you can understand it. He doesn't want to do anything in a hurry. A pitch away from a no-hitter. One pitch. He had a 2-2 to Lazinski, and then walked him. And he is 1-2 to Kibble. Got him swinging, and he has his no-hitter.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back. We've got the pitching change. Arias, the left-hander's coming in to face Mortiz, the left-hander. Mortiz 1 for 1. And the 0-1 pitch, sweeping, slow curve, called for a ball. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Down low and out of the zone. It's 2-1. Braves lead at 8-0. Top of the 8th. If you're just joining us, Matt Olson has had 2 incredible home runs today as the 2-1 pitch is swung on and hit hard into right field, making the catch and getting the relay back in. Boston right fielder made a good play and got it back in. They did not send Hudson, the slow-moving catcher, as it was a shallow right field. Would have been a tough way to score. That's going to bring Hechavarria to the plate. The Braves now just 42 players left in camp. And you got to figure as the first pitch on the way misses downstairs, and it's 1-0. Every at bat, every outing for the pitcher is so important for both teams. There's so many guys trying to make a splash, even if they can't make the 26-man roster immediately. You'd like to be on the 40-man roster, the possible early call-up. Hechavarria takes the 1-1 pitch right there for a strike. Fastball might have been a touch inside. It's 1-2. World Baseball Classic. If you haven't been paying attention to that, the U.S. has moved on. They will be in action tomorrow night at 7 Eastern. The 1-2 pitch. Outside ball 2. It's 2-2. The 2-2 pitch swung on and hammered right to third base. An absolute rifle shot to end the inning. It was an atom ball. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on the Key in HD.
Zit Shark! I'm not playing your stupid game!
Let me tell you something. If the U.S. government decides to stick a tracking device up your ass, you say thank you and God bless America.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Braves Country Baseball, for the fans, by the fans.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by The Best Things in Life, which are still free with minimum purchase at participating dealers.
I'm drinking wine on a Wednesday before noon, bro. Have fun at your job, LOL. Link in bio.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
It's the game my father taught me how to play. It's time I saw things on a level plane. Something was rolling towards me, and it said Spalding on it. I picked it up. Instinctually, we push it back. And those days, those summer days became fall days, became our Sundays together with my brothers and I, and my dad whipping off his wicked curve. I just remember how my hands hurt. At first, as I was afraid of the ball and his coaching, keep your shoulder in there. Don't bail out. It's not going to hurt you, and that's what I remember.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball as we head to the bottom of 8. Jackson Stevens is in the game. He's trying to make his bid for a final roster spot. The big right-hander kicks and deals. Fastball top of the zone. It's 1-0. He's facing Nick Sogard to start off the inning. Sogard from the left-hand side. The 1-0 pitch misses top shelf and outside. It's 2-0. The 2-0 delivery right there for a strike. It's 2-1. Baylor pulled away late. They're going to win by about 20. That game is ticking down as we speak. The 2-1 pitch misses high and out of the zone. It's 3-1. The 3-1 pitch from Stevens. Fastball swung on and hit into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit. So a leadoff single to begin the 8th inning for the Boston Red Sox. And the first pitch from Stevens looked like he was trying to throw a curve. It did not bend at all. It's out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. There's the curveball right there for a strike. It's 1-1. Jackson Stevens has had just an awful spring. Listen to this, a 135.00 ERA. The pitch on the way, swung on and rifled into left field, making the sliding catch. That'll get it an out and quickly get it back into the infield as the runner scampers back to first, and there's one away. See what that 1 out does to his ERA. 135. I don't know if I've ever remember seeing that. Okay, there you go. Now it's down to 67.5. What a drastic difference 1 out is making. He's played sparingly. I have seen news of him throwing on the backfield quite a bit. First pitch on the way is fouled off, and it's 0-1. Palka is the batter now for the Boston Red Sox. You may remember him from the New York Mets. Palka Swings at the second pitch, high and deep, going back on the track and at the wall, making the catch, and there's 2 away. So 2 outs, and Rozier will be the batter. Left-hander, as Stevens kicks and delivers, and it's a fastball right down the pipe for a strike, and it's 0-1. If you think you're ready for opening day, I'm tired of these substitutions. The 0-1 pitch. Curveball outside, call for a ball. It's 1-1. Braves 8, Red Sox nothing. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Strike 2, and it's 1-2. RBIs today by Ozzie Albies, Hudson, Mortiz, Olson, and Tolman. The 1-2 pitch, fastball misses high and out of the zone. It's 2-2. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody out there. Be sure to be safe. The 2-2 pitch from Stevens. He'll kick and deal. Curveball swung on and missed. Just got a piece of it. Just foul tips it out of the glove of Hudson. So the batter stays alive. Rozier will get another hack. Corey Rozier played for UNC Greensboro. He's from La Plata, Maryland. The 2-2 pitch swung on and hit off the green monster. That'll score. No, it won't score a run. The runner held up, and that will not help you make a team when you hold up with 2 outs. So what should have been an RBI double, instead, with 2 outs, you've got runners on second and third with 2 away. And Stevens is going to try to get out of this mess. As he'll face the right-hander Crook. Francisco Crook takes the first pitch high and inside, and it's 1-0. Braves 8 runs on 16 hits. There's no errors that have been calculated for either team, but I'd say there's been about 3 very bad plays that should have been errors. The 1-0 pitch right there at the knees, curveball. Uncle Charlie got him, and it's 1-1. St. Mary's leads VCU by 4. That game is 14 minutes left in the second. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2, and it's 1-2. Make sure to stay tuned right here on the Key in Braves Country HD. Braves Country coming your way right after the game. We got Bobby and Tones today. The 1-2 pitch swung on and missed, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So the Red Sox threatened but failed to score. We'll be back in a flash right here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on a St. Patrick's Day.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Let's keep the Dodgers in Brooklyn. Our house is not a home without some...
But, you know, I want to say one thing in all seriousness. I feel sorry for you people that don't drink.
I mean it, because when you wake up in the morning, that's as good as you're going to feel all day.
Armchair.
Playoffs? Don't talk about playoffs. You kidding me? Playoffs? I just hope we can win a game.
One summer day in 1839 at Cooperstown, New York, on the shores of Lake Otsego, the local academy was playing a game of town ball against Green's select school. The rules of town ball were so loose that every hit was fair, and boys sometimes ran headlong into one another. That day, an academy player named Abner Doubleday sat down and on the spot drew up the rules for a brand new game and called it baseball. Abner Doubleday would eventually become a hero at the Battle of Gettysburg, and his game would become the national pastime, or so the legend has it. Abner Doubleday really was a distinguished soldier, but he was at West Point, not Cooperstown, that summer. Never claimed to have had anything to do with baseball, may never have even seen a professional game.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead the Boston Red Sox 8-0. Top of the ninth inning. First pitch on the way from Ryan Sheriff is a ball, and it's 1-0. Did they call that a strike? Okay, they called that a strike. The 0-1 pitch is right there for a strike. It's 0-2. That's what they're showing, but that ball was way outside. I don't see how that could have been a strike. The 0-2 pitch way outside again. I guess they will call that a ball. You can tell when an umpire is ready to go home in a spring training game. He's calling anything in the zip code a strike. Lefty-lefty matchup. Sheriff gets a new ball. He's ready for the delivery. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. And that's strike number 3. Ryan Sheriff will now face Campbell. Another lefty-lefty matchup, and here's the pitch to Campbell. Called for a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball top of the zone, and it's 0-2. If you're just joining us, the 0-2 pitch way outside for a ball. It's 1-2. Kennesaw State dropped a narrow loss to number 3 seeded Xavier. They led for the majority of the game. 72-67. The 1-2 pitch swing and hit into right field. That ball's going to get down and making the corner. Tillman is going to be in safe just ahead of the throw. A sliding foot first slide for a double. The Braves got something cooking. Good piece of hitting and great base running. So 1 on, 1 out. The first pitch swinging. Ball's going to be hit over there to short. And Tolman's going to get caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He tried to go second to third. The shortstop turned and flipped it over to third. Sogard gunned him down. Makes the tag. And there's 2 away. Good heads-up defense by the Boston Red Sox. And as they show the replay, he was definitely out. So here's the Ryan Castile, first baseman, coming in for Olsen. He takes the first pitch for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 0-2. Braves 8, Boston nothing. Top of the ninth, the 0-2 pitch swung on. Just got a piece of it. Drags it down the line. Past the third base bag, and we'll do it again. It's 0-2. Vermont down by just 6 to Marquette as they head towards halftime in March Madness. The 0-2 delivery, fastball top shelf, just missed out of the corner, and it's 1-2. NC State and Creighton are getting ready to begin as well. The 1-2 pitch fouled back, and we'll do it again. It's 1-2. Sheriff with the 15th pitch of the inning. Lefty looks back, the runner, taking forever to, there he goes, and there's the pitch, and it's a called wide strike, and that'll end the inning. Castile doesn't like it, but it's spring training. You know the ump's going to have a wide strike zone. We'll be back in a flash. Keep it locked in here. We're heading to the bottom of the ninth.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Slide here is your ex. But if that's the call, Mike, Will, and Sam all have to know they're shifting. Open palms to post, thumbs ups to crosser, thumbs downs and out. Trevor, why don't you get up here and draw that for us?
Playing in the NFL is hard, but playing
Armchair.
fantasy football is easy.
Fantasy football time. It's fantasy football time.
You go 14 times and only win one time. It leaves a little sting. But I've said this. I know it's going to sound weird, but I've said this. If I had to go back to the future and know what the results were going to be and trade with the Marlins, who won twice and only went twice, I wouldn't do it. At the 14 times, still thinking that maybe fate might change. Going 14 years in a row is pretty incredible.
Armchair.
It is played everywhere, in parks and playgrounds and prison yards, in back alleys and farmers' fields, by small boys and old men, raw amateurs and millionaire professionals. It is a leisurely game that demands blinding speed, the only game in which the defense has the ball. It follows the seasons, beginning each year with the fond expectancy of springtime and ending with the hard facts of autumn. Americans have played baseball for more than 200 years. While they conquered a continent, warred with one another and with enemies abroad, struggled over labor and civil rights and the meaning of freedom.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. YouTube.com/@Braves Country.
Braves win! Braves win! Braves win!
Welcome back. Bottom half of the ninth, Danny Young coming in with his 3.72 ERA from last year in AAA. And the left-hander kicks and deals, and it's a slider that misses inside, and it's on one. Braves Country HD is coming up next. The conclusion of this game, we'll go live all the way to 5. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, and it's 1-1. Young versus Ref Snyder, the designated hitter for today. The 1-1 pitch swung on and foul tipped into the glove of catcher, and it's 1-2. Braves 17 hits today on 8 runs, leaving the yard twice, both by Matt Olson. The 1-2 pitch inside, and that got him. So Refsnyder will held down to first. Braves with 4 home runs today. Tolman hit 1 in the 8th along with Janista. First pitch swinging from Mayer, and he hits it high and deep into center field, going back on the track at the wall. Making the catch is Paulini, and there's one away. Good stroke by Paulini, just didn't have quite enough. Hit it to the deepest part of the park. St. Mary's leads VCU by 3, 11 minutes left in that. We'll be talking some March Madness here up on Braves Country HD next. The first pitch on the way to Caleb Hamilton is a strike right across the knees, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 delivery swung on Baltimore chopper, high hopper, and it's going to be a force out at second. Nifty little flip behind him by Heckavaria to get the force out. No time to turn the double play, but there's 2 away. He might have had a shot at the runner at first, but he did a flip against his weight heading towards first, threw it back across to second, and they got the force out, and that'll bring Dearden to the plate. Lefty-lefty matchup. Dearden, first pitch swinging, and that ball is going back on the track at the wall. Paulini makes the catch, and that'll end the game. 8 runs, 17 hits, no errors, 12 left on base for Atlanta. 0 runs, 6 hits, 0 errors for the Red Sox, 9 left on base. Time of the game, 2 hours and 36 minutes, The Atlanta Braves beat the Boston Red Sox. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Braves Country HD is next. Keep it locked in here on the Key and Braves Country HD, wherever you stream.
Are you an adult?
Yeah.
And you went out last night?
Yeah.
Introducing a hangover.
What's that?
Surprise, idiot. You went out and actually had fun last night, but your body is here to remind you that's not allowed. With a hangover, you can. Have a light breakfast to soothe your tummy. See if drinking more will help. And finally start your day at 6 p.m.
I went out last night for casual drinks with a friend, and now I can't even form a coherent thought.
Try it today.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Your true friends are the people in your life that totally get your inside jokes, your unique style, most important, what you want to eat. Taco Bell knows that when you get together with your real friends, it doesn't matter what you're doing, but hey, it might as well be something that everybody can get into, like the Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack with 4 crunchy tacos and 4 beefy 5-layer burritos. So even if you're all sitting around doing absolutely nothing, you know you'll still have a good time. It's Taco Bell's Taco and Burrito Cravings Pack. Get it for the friends that get it.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to dixiehandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Almond Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? I'm trying to save the pub call. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair. YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're listening to Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac McGee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. It's St. Patty's Day, baby. Are you ready to rock and roll, Bobby?
I am, yes, sir. And we got a lot of sports. We got March Madness, obviously. We have NFL free agency starting to wind down.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? You're just joining us. We just did some Braves Country baseball. Atlanta Braves take out the Boston Red Sox 8-0. Good game by the Braves all in all. Matt Olson's been absolutely just killing it at this point. And I mentioned during the broadcast, he is the highest OPS in Major League Baseball of anyone in the spring with that many at-bats. Now, there's one caveat to that. A lot of your more talented players are playing in the World Baseball Classic, so they don't have as many at-bats. But he's absolutely smoking it right now. His OPS plus before the second home run is 1,517. I think is the number that I saw, and that was before he hit that second home run blast. So it's got to be up in the 16, 17 range. Bobby, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing good. I'm looking forward to the rest of March Madness. I'm looking forward to some more NFL free agent signings. It's a pretty big time in sports right now.
Trying to have a hard time with my hat right here. All right, here we go. Thought about wearing this hat out tonight. I'm meeting some friends to watch the March Madness. I don't think I can wear this goofy thing. If you're not watching on our YouTube channel, Braves Country HD, it's one of those super huge leprechaun type hats, and it's lightweight, but it's goofy, and I just got to fit. If I was your age going out, I'd have this thing strapped to my head and let's go. But
well, hopefully nobody's going to be sitting behind you.
What's that?
Hopefully nobody's going to be sitting behind you.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, that's another thing. Yeah. Well, yeah, I didn't think about that. Someone take a poke at it and to try to deflate it and real quick, go get everyone caught up on the score. I'm gonna share the score on the screen so I don't have to mention it every 2 seconds. But you've got St. Mary's up by 9, 8 minutes left. NC State and Creighton are about to start. Marquette's up by 9 at the half. Pitt all over Iowa State by 11. I did not see that coming. I thought Iowa State would play a better game, but still very, very early. So we'll see how that plays out, how that pans out. Go ahead and take this off the screen as well. So let me ask you, What's your biggest takeaway so far from March Madness?
My biggest takeaway, let's see. Well, we've already seen a 2 go down. I don't think we'll see any major upsets, like a 2 or a 1 seed going down for the rest of the tournament or for the rest of the first round.
3 go down. I mean, Kennesaw State should have had that. We almost saw 3 go down.
Yeah, we almost saw a 3. I don't think we'll get another 1.
Into the whole thing because I was doing the baseball game. I could see in the corner of my eye, but they dominated that game till about 6 minutes left, and then they lost the lead. And then at that point, they were just anyways. It fell apart at the end, but they had a chance there right at the end. Oh, man, I thought Kennesaw State was going to keep singing those praises. I want to see them go as far as they can because first of all, I've been hitting their bets. I've been going money line, but I'm hitting their bets, and I just know that if they would have continued to go, they would have continued to be underrated on the point line. But anyways, you don't think we'll see another big upset? Because I think we might.
I don't know. I mean, Vermont's only down 9 to Marquette right now, so if they get hot, it's possible. They're at halftime right now. But other than that, man, I don't know. I don't think there's a lot of opportunity for a 2 or 1 seed to win, or 2 or 1 seed to lose. Sorry.
Well, I mean, a 3. Look, I'll tell you what. Watch out for Montana State tonight. Montana State plays the type of game that's going to give Kansas State fits. In fact, I took Montana State in the points. Now I got it at 9.5. I see now that it's at 7.5. So obviously, the public is starting to catch on to what's going on there. Another big upset would be a 4 versus 13, wouldn't you think?
I would too. Another one that I'm looking at that I actually think is going to happen. I have a 12 over a 5. It's not a huge upset, but I got Drake beating Miami. They're only 2.5-point underdogs, which is a pretty slim difference.
I kind of it almost feels like with the injuries to Miami and the way they've played down the stretch, it feels like it ought to be a pick 'em. So, I mean, I'm with you. The other one that I would keep an eye on tonight, what's the line on that? See, that's only 4.5. It is a 4 versus 13, but that's a 4. Indiana versus Kent State. Kent State is a dangerous, dangerous out. Now, I don't feel comfortable enough with that line. If I was going to take Kent State, I would probably tease it and get the line up a little bit. But, man, Kent State is a dangerous team. And the one that just shocks me to no end is that Florida Atlantic is an underdog tonight. And I know it's 9 versus 8, but they're an underdog. And Florida Atlantic is 31-3 on the year.
Yeah, it's a close line. They're only a 1-point underdog, but yeah, with a 31-3 record, you'd think they'd be a favorite in round 1.
Who do you have as your Final Four?
So I'm trying to think of the bracket off the top of my head. I know I had Bama and Houston. I think I had those two matched up in the championship, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. I think I had Kansas. I had them going to the Final Four. And I can't think of the other one off the top of my head, but I know those 3 are in it.
Did you have Arizona?
I didn't have Arizona. I actually had them going out in the round of 32. So there we go. I missed on them winning the first round, but they didn't blow up my bracket too much.
My championship is Duke versus Gonzaga. I've got Gonzaga cutting down the nets. As well as I do with point spreads, I'm usually terrible with the brackets because I use too much logic, so it just doesn't work. The brackets are just something totally different. I honestly feel like Alabama is the best team in the country.
Yeah.
I just can't pick them because of what's been going on there.
I get that. I get the moral aspect, but I'm with you on them being the best team in college basketball right now.
They definitely have the best player.
No question.
Don't get me wrong. Edey's really good. And Edey, you could probably make the argument that Edey's the best college player, but he's not going to be anything close to what Brandon Miller is going to be in the NBA. Edey's going to be a slow. We've seen this before. Guys dominate college basketball, and then the big goofy dude gets to the NBA and he can't. He's too big. He's too slow. And
you could be a backup center. I could see that working out for him, like a second round pick.
Job 7'4", you will have a job for quite some time. If nothing else, they need someone to be on the practice teams to go up against the starters. So yeah, he'll have a job, assuming he's healthy. I mean, I'd say he can probably make a 10-year career in the NBA. So he's not worried about that. But he's not going to be. Some idiot will draft him high, and it'll just be a bust. Because he just reminds me of so many. Not even Greg Oden, because Greg Oden actually had talent. He just couldn't stay healthy. His knees and feet.
Yeah, he would have been a great player if he stayed healthy. He played for my Trailblazers.
I'm trying to think of oh yeah, that's right. I'm trying to think of someone that Edie reminds me of that just he's a little bigger, but it just kind of reminds me of when you get who he's not Yao Ming.
No.
That's who he's not.
No.
Now maybe if he can set himself up over a few seasons and work on his outside game and be a set shooter, that could probably extend his career, but I give him absolutely no chance to be an everyday starter in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
Let me get this thing loaded up where people can see it. Got a few games that are going to be starting here in a little bit. What's your favorite game of the day? What is the game that you're locked into?
Well, I have an 11/6. I have NC State beating Creighton in my bracket, so that's going to be a game I'm tuned into. Providence, Kentucky, I'll have an eye on. Drake, Miami, I mentioned that a minute ago. I think Drake's going to upset,
I think that's
which isn't too much of an upset, but
I think that's
but those are games I'm going to have an eye on for sure.
I think that's one of the few games I didn't even touch was the Drake game because I felt like I was going to take Drake, but I felt you ever get that feeling you're like, you're just doing that because you hate the Hurricanes, right? That's not a solid reason to make a bet.
Look, I was picking Louisiana Lafayette in my bracket because I don't like Tennessee, so I get what you mean there.
I took them because of the injury, and I hit on the bet they were getting.
Okay.
I was nervous at halftime. I was like, my God, this is going south quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But
they kept it. They ended up losing by I think 3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they covered.
So it was right in the 3 or 5, something like that. I was really surprised by it because I started watching whatever game was going on against it, and I flipped back over because normally I have a bunch of them going, but at that time of night, man, I'm like, dude, it's time to go to bed, right? Now YouTube TV has started this thing where they've got multi-view, which is really awesome. And it was 4-time multi-view last night. So 4 games last night, right? Multi-view during the day games, but they had 4 games going at once last night. And so that's what I put on as it was starting to wind down. I forget what game I had it on originally that I was focusing on. Oh, the Northern Kentucky game, because I had that one.
Okay.
And Northern Kentucky game real damn close. I really thought the Norse were going to have a chance because I rode Northern Kentucky almost as much as I rode Kennesaw State last 2 months of the year.
Well, that's big. Speaking of Kennesaw State, I had them as my Cinderella of the team this year. I had them going all the way to the Elite Eight, but yeah.
I had a goofy parlay that was going to pay big time. It was them and it was Kennesaw State and Northern Kentucky on the money line.
Oof. Yeah, that would have paid out big.
Yeah, it'd have been real hard for me to pay attention to the spring training baseball game that I was doing if Northern Kentucky would have won last night because I'd have been like, retirement fund, let's go. Creighton, NC State just began. Creighton leads 5-0. Who do you have in that game?
I had NC State actually. I had them pulling off the upset in my bracket. Granted, not the most educated pick. I'm not an expert here, but not the hottest start either.
I'm not a big NC State guy. I don't care about their fan base. I'm talking about this year. I just think NC State should not have been in the tournament. I think Clemson should have been in, and a couple other teams should have been over NC State. So I got Creighton. I took Creighton on the money line today.
Okay.
If it's a really low point spread, I tend to just. I know you're just not supposed to do it, so it's not something I use as a lock, but I will take it on the money line personally.
Mhm.
All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk cool games. Boy, there are a lot of them to look at this weekend. And Tones will be joining us. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country and Braves Country HD, wherever you stream.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon. And this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Happy St. Patrick's Day from Braves Country. While we bring you pitch by pitch of your Atlanta Braves, we'll also keep you up to date with all the scores in March Madness. Slate looks like this. They got going this afternoon at 12:15 Eastern. USC versus Michigan State. Georgia's own Kennesaw State is battling Xavier, the 14 versus 3. And at 1:30, it's UC Santa Barbara head-to-head with number 3 Baylor. 5 versus 12 at 2 o'clock, VCU and St. Mary's. The 2 versus 15 at 2:45, Vermont and Marquette. Iowa State's in action at 3:10, while the 4 o'clock, number 6 Creighton and 11 NC State. 4:30, Iona and UConn, and at 6:50 tonight as the number 1 Purdue Boilermakers in action. Providence and Kentucky tip-off at 7:10, Miami and the Drake at 7:25. Grand Canyon, a 15.5-point dog to Gonzaga at 7:35. Memphis and FAU 9:20, while the late games has Kansas State, Indiana, and TCU all hitting the hardwood. Now back to Braves versus Red Sox, St. Patty's Day edition, live on Braves Country Baseball, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Friday, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, it's a new decade, people. Time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines 2 of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Infinium Spirits. Please enjoy responsibly.
Thursday, March 23rd, 1 p.m. Eastern, it's Braves versus Mets right here on Braves Country HD. The Atlanta Braves spring training is winding down and important roster spots will be decided. Make sure to drop in and catch Braves Country spring training baseball right here on Braves Country HD, wherever you stream. Like and subscribe today. We're bringing you over 100 broadcasts in total in every game throughout the playoffs. That's Braves Mets, Thursday, March 23rd, 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on Braves Country HD.
I don't believe what I'm seeing. Where you been all your lives? At an orgy? Listening to Mick Jagger music and bad-mouthing your country, I'll bet. Use your peripheral vision. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Now, every time I say understand, I want the whole group to say, yes, sir. Understand? Yes, sir. Understand? Yes, sir. Now, I know why most of you are here. We're not stupid. Before you get to sell what we teach you over at United Airlines, you got to give the Navy 6 years of your life, Sweet Pea. Lots of things can happen in 6 years. Another war can come up in 6 years.
Welcome back. Bobby and McGee. His Tones is usually rushing about that time. We will wait for him to enter before we do the cool games, Bobby. What about a couple of these scores right now that look like ugly football games. Pittsburgh's beating Iowa State 20-2.
Whew. Tough hill to climb for Iowa State, and they're the higher seed in this matchup, I believe, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Whew.
And I thought Pittsburgh was going to be early out when they played the play-in game the other day.
Mm-hmm.
They're so Jekyll and Hyde, man. I refuse to even bet on Pittsburgh games one way or the other because I don't trust them.
Mm-hmm.
But if they come out on fire, which evidently they are, I haven't been on a chance to keep an eye on that one because I got the other ones going. But my God, 20-2 halfway. They've scored 2 points halfway through the first half. That's absurd.
That's unreal. Well, Vermont's keeping it fairly close with Marquette still. It's still a 9-point game. Marquette just scored a free throw, I imagine.
And the Gales are starting to pull away. And one of the guys I follow, he gave some bad advice on that one. He was pounding the table at VCU. And I was a little skeptical. And I played it safe, and I did St. Mary's on the money line, and I'm glad I did.
Leads 20 points now for Pittsburgh. Up 22-2.
Good Lord. Well, at least I got a safety. I don't know what.
Hey, NC State has a safety too, and Creighton has a touchdown.
Right, 7-2. I mean, that's
7-4 now.
They we're not gonna do that all game long. Marquette, Vermont. I know some people were picking that as an upset. I just think Marquette's a pretty good basketball team, and I would have been surprised to see them fall. It's still a puncher's chance, man. They're down by 7. There's still 16 minutes left.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a window for Vermont to come back, but Marquette's one of the better teams in the country, so I wouldn't bank on it.
I was going to start trying to look for the Pittsburgh-Iowa State game, but what is the point of that?
Yeah.
That was a freaking butt-kicking. The games later on this afternoon, the Iona-UConn game, I've got a betting interest in that. That's about it.
You know, if you look at ESPN, off to the side of the games, they have top performers on the side.
Uh-huh.
And an Iowa State player just made a layup, and he shot up to their top performer. So that tells you how they're doing.
You're pretty much cooked down 18 when you've only scored 4 points, and 1/4 of the game is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you just don't have it. These early games are so tricky because I feel like some of these teams they're just not used to playing early on.
Yeah.
Especially the ones that really make me nervous are the noon tips, because I feel like there's always a major upset. There really wasn't this year, but there's usually a major upset in that 12-15 tip off, or at least there's a hell of a scare.
Yeah.
And Vermont has closed the gap. They are only down 5. So there you have that. I'm going to try to reach out to Tones here in a second to figure out what's going on. Well, let's go ahead and just start the cool games because you can't realistically wait all day.
Mm-hmm.
Give you first crack at it. 3 cool games. So give me your first cool game. We'll just go back and forth, and if Tones jumps in during this, then we'll adjust.
Gotcha. My first cool game, we're starting at 7:25 Eastern time. It's 12 seed Drake versus 5 seed Miami. We touched on that a minute ago. Drake only 2.5-point underdogs because Miami is pretty beat up. I expect this to be a close game. And, you know, Drake's looking to pull off one of the bigger upsets of the tournament so far. We haven't had a ton of upsets yet. So this would be one of the bigger ones.
See, that one does I don't know why, but it doesn't do anything for me. The one that I'm most excited about tonight, 9:20 Eastern. This is my first cool game. 9:20 Eastern, Florida Atlantic versus Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think that's going to be an incredible game. Memphis just a 1-point favorite. Game's being played in Columbus, Ohio. So both teams, Memphis obviously is a lot closer. But I would just think because Florida Atlantic has rarely this good at basketball, there might have been a lot of folks that made the trip and said, you know what, let's go check out Columbus on St. Patty's Day and let's go get it. I just think that's going to be incredible atmosphere, and it's a later game. So it's just, that's the game that I'm most excited for tonight.
I like it.
What is your next cool game?
My next one is tomorrow. You have 5-seed Duke versus 4-seed UT Tennessee. It's tomorrow at 2:40 Eastern time. Tennessee, they're without Ziegler, obviously, towards ACL earlier, so that's a tough loss for them. But if they can get anything going offensively, this should be a really entertaining game. You got a college basketball blue blood in Duke versus a Tennessee team that was once one of the best teams in the country. So I think this will be a great game.
Yeah, I would have picked that if you hadn't. If I do, you know, the thing I don't like about it is what are they doing to us, man? 2:40 Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Come on,
yeah.
Tennessee, put that on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
Chance to get some dinner and let's get it.
Mm-hmm.
2:40. I mean, it's right in the middle of the day. I think it's going to rain all day here, so I guess it's not the end of the world. But I'm a little disappointed that I thought for sure, because they always put Duke on prime time, I thought for sure that game was going to be maybe not right at 7, but around 6 o'clock or so. So I'm a little disappointed in that. So my next cool game, by the way, Tones did reach out to me. He's stuck in traffic. My next cool game, I'm going to go to Saturday night, and I'm a little torn on this, but I'm going to go ahead. I would have went Duke versus Tennessee, but let me get an evening game. Let me get Penn State, Texas. Penn State has been on a heck of a run. I would have saved this for Tones, but as soon as I say, he must have heard me say Penn State, because here he comes popping in. But the Penn State Texas game, I'm really interested in this one because Shrewsbury is doing something there. If nothing else, he's building a resume to bounce. And what is the deal with why Texas hasn't already announced a long-term extension and take the interim off their head coach? I keep calling him Gus because he reminds me of Gus from Breaking Bad. I mean, they're his doppelganger. But yeah, come on, get Gus on the bus and let's go.
Coach Free.
What more does this guy have to do? What the Adam? Tones, welcome. How are you, sir?
Good, fellas. Happy St. Patrick's Day to all out there. Anybody listening and anybody already celebrating. Happy March Madness. What a time to be alive. And Penn State looked pretty good last night, so very happy about that.
They did, man. They smoked them. I wrote them, and I was expecting that to be the game that I was on pins and needles late, and I was like, man, I can actually just not pay attention to this one. I'm going to focus all my energy on the Norsemen in Northern Kentucky.
And you don't get that often as a Nittany Lion basketball guy, so I'm very excited. Pickett played great. Funk played great. Shrewsbury's coaching, doing a heck of a job coaching right now. So they're clicking at the right time. We'll see how deep they could go, and let's see if they make it 2 Texas victims in a row.
I didn't even think about that. Okay, so Tones, we're doing the cool games. We've already picked 2 apiece because we didn't know how long you were going to be. So I did take that Penn State game. If I would have known that you were just about to pop in the chat, I would have left it open for you. I also took Memphis and FAU. And then Bobby took Duke, Tennessee, and he also took Drake, Miami. Give us a couple of your cool games to get it rolling here.
I think it's starting at this show, actually, 4:30 Eastern. I think UConn-Iona is a cool game. UConn was ranked as high as number 1 this year. Iona was coached by Rick Pitino. Don't be surprised if they hang around in that one. That's going to be a really fun introductory game to the tournament. And whoever wins that game, they'll build a strong background because Iona is probably the best lowest seed team in this tournament being coached by Rick Pitino. You can't overlook what he's done in NCAA and what he's done at that program of Iona. Then looking on, obviously, Penn State or Texas, that's a cool game. Come on. Texas is projected by some to win the tournament. Penn State's one of the hottest teams in the tournament.
First of all, let's hold on. Slow down. Because you tried to skip past that. Iona is not a cool game. The only cool thing about that is that that's going to be his last game at Iona.
Well, don't we have Drake Miami in here?
Well, I didn't pick that one.
I'm saying though, you know, and
you don't love the Drake. Gotta love the Drake. Love the Drake. Hate the Drake. Who's the Drake?
I do have Drake winning. I do have Drake winning a game, but I think UConn Iona is a more superior matchup than that one.
Drake is good. I told you I hate the Drake. That's the only reason why I let the Drake slip by, because I mean, how do you not love the Drake? Patino, I'm calling it right now. Patino's going to take the St. John's job.
His fingerprints are all over it already. So.
His fingerprints is all over a lot of things. That's not the point. He'll find some good strip clubs there in St. Johnsville. Let's not get into Rick Pitino's fingerprints. Oh, that guy. But I think he's been gone long enough where he thinks people will forget, and he's going to come back to the limelight. I've heard his name circulate a couple of places, but I really think Patino is going to end up in St. John's.
I mean, colleges don't really care about the pedigree of a human being for the most part, sadly. They just care about generating revenue for their programs and universities. We just seen
Was the NFL or NBA any different? I mean, what are we talking about?
For coaching, yes. For players, no, they're no different. But for coaching, yes, they are. Look at what the Celtics did with their head coach, and he hasn't been hired since. Perfect example,
He
right
will
there.
be, though. This is only his first year. He gets a new job next season.
Chris Baird got hired after 2 weeks of being kicked out of college basketball. You know what I'm saying? There's a big difference.
Yeah, but realize something is that the Celtics head coach is still technically suspended.
By the Celtics, not by the NBA.
I know, I get that, but I'm telling you, he's waiting in the weeds. He's going to pick his team.
Yeah, he could have had a couple opportunities already, and none of the teams went with him. The Nets, he was a front runner.
They waited till after the season because they found out about that whole thing in the middle of the playoffs. They knew he was banging the help. They just said, "Well, hold on, we're on a playoff run here. Let's investigate a little." Let's take the investigation into July. No particular reason.
Hey, well, a playoff run, yeah, that's a big difference. And, I'm just saying he hasn't been hired yet. Colleges is a lot different. We've seen a lot of colleges hire the bottom of the barrel type human beings before. It's more rare for the coaching programs in professional sports. They seem to weed those types out. Not players, but coaches, yes, for sure.
I don't want to take the scoreboard down, so I'm not going to share the picture, and I'm not sure the kid's name. But St. Mary's has a bushy-headed kid with like a beard that I swear he looks like a bushy-headed, bearded younger version of Justin Timberlake. Like every time I see him, I was like, dude, that is Timberlake's like. Well, I don't think it could be. It could be his offspring.
They're nice. They had a nice little day today.
He was kicking it 20 years ago. He could have been naughty somewhere up in the St. Mary's area.
VCU was one of those popular 12 picks in the tournament. St. Mary's had a nice little game today for their standards. I like him as a 5.
That's what you're taking away from what I just said. Sometimes I wonder if Tones is listening to me. I think he just barrels through because this idiot. I'm just going to keep talking sports. He's trying to get me in trouble.
No, I like keeping the talk flowing. It's nice talking about some.
I'm just busting your chops. It looks like St. Mary's did hold on and win that game.
Yeah.
Because if not, they're being really mean because they were interviewing the kid and the coach. I'm like, that's just being cruel, man. So how do you feel? You just got knocked out. You choked at the end. What happened?
Yeah, they held on. They won by 12, actually. So sizable win.
Leading by 6. Iowa State's making it interesting. Okay. They're only down by 11.
It's just scoring now.
Saw it earlier. It was what was it? 22-2.
It's 22-2 at its worst point. Yeah.
Jeez.
Rough start. But they're clawing back. They're only down 9 now. They're keeping it close now.
What typically happens, right? You'll go on this charge, you make it close, and then you just run out of gas because you had to put so much energy, and then you just you'll see them get within 2, and the next thing you know, they're down by 14 again.
And I'm shocked Pittsburgh didn't play yesterday, because usually you play every other night in the tournament. They played Tuesday and they got a break till Friday. So interesting enough, they got one more day break than the norm for the tournament.
I think that had to do with the seating that they wanted to. I thought it was odd too, but I think it had something to do with the seating. With what now? I don't know why they couldn't have moved that around, but I think it had to do with making sure that they played Iowa State, because Iowa State was higher seeded. Where's that game at? I can't find it on the. It's not mentioned.
I think it might be in
True TV.
No.
I think it might be in North Carolina.
You know, these games are played in actual stadiums, right? They're not just.
Yeah, I thought that's what you're asking where to watch it at. That's what I thought you were getting at.
I think it might be in North Carolina, I think.
Greensboro.
And then Penn State and them are playing in Iowa, so that bracket's between North Carolina and Iowa.
All right. Real quick, the last cool game for Bobby.
All right, I'm going to go to the NBA. I don't want to do all March Madness here, although there's a lot of great games. I'm going to go Mavs-Lakers, though, tonight. It's a late one after the tournament starts to wind down. It's at 10:30 Eastern. It's on NBA TV.
And not jump on you. You're picking an NBA game in the middle of March Madness.
I know. Listen, hear me out, though. I knew everybody was going to clean sweep on March Madness, but I wanted to fit another game in there. Just hear me out. Hear me out. It's 2 teams in the play-in right now. They both desperately need wins to try and claw their way out of that. 2 teams that were expected to do a lot better this year, Mavs and Lakers. So I'll be tuning into that after the tournament winds down.
Are you sure you'll be tuned into that?
I'll be tuned into it if I don't fall asleep. How about that?
We want to see screenshots of this in the fourth quarter, right, Tones?
I'll take a selfie with my TV with the game on in the background.
It's like study hours back in the day in college. You got to take a picture of you doing the study hours.
I'm going to be out tonight. You might be getting a tweet around the time they hit the fourth quarter. I mean, a text around the time you get the fourth quarter. Be making sure that you're up and at them. That you're locked to Lakers basketball. All right. So what is your last cool game?
I head to the baseball diamond.
NFL preseason tonight. Wait, what?
I head to the Diamond tomorrow, World Baseball Classic, second round, 7 Eastern. You got USA against Venezuela, 2 of the best teams, if not the best 2 teams in all of the World Baseball Classic, in my opinion. Venezuela is highlighted by the likes of Anthony Santander, Ronald Acuna, Miguel Cabrera, Jose Altuve, Salvador Perez. The list goes on and on. Everybody knows the star power USA brings already with the likes of Goldschmidt, Arenado, and so much more on that team. So that's really going to be a fun battle. I've really enjoyed the World Baseball Classic. Some people have gruffed about it. I've been enjoying it, and I'm really looking forward to that one tomorrow night. That's 7 o'clock Eastern on Fox, USA and Venezuela.
Yeah, I like that game a lot. And, of course, if you're watching Venezuela, you're watching Ronald Acuna Jr., so that should be a lot of fun. I'm planning on being locked. I will be locked into that one, Bobby. Unlike you saying locked in, you'll be curled up with your teddy bear. So I would have liked to have picked another one, but they don't have it updated. I don't know why they haven't on the World Baseball schedule on what the Sunday game is. Cuba's playing someone, but anyways, I'm going to go back to basketball. Now, if I knew for sure what the matchups were going to be on Sunday, there's a couple of interesting potential matchups, but nothing's in stone yet. So let me go back to college basketball. Let me go back to the tournament, and I'm going to pick another one for tomorrow because I think the slate is incredibly – look, this one's interesting to me. May not be to many, but I like it because I love an underdog because, by God, I'm an American. Princeton against Missouri, 6 o'clock Saturday night. That's going to lead into the WBC. It's going to lead into a lot of this stuff. Man, I would love to see a 15 seed get to the Sweet 16, and that's doable.
Mm-hmm.
Missouri has laid some eggs out there. That's doable.
And even if they move on, right, it's still kind of cool. Like, obviously, usually the 2 seed gets there. So even if Missouri does end up there, it's pretty cool because either way, I mean, obviously the 15 seed Princeton would be a way bigger, better story. But nonetheless, you'd still have a 7 seed there as well. So I was thinking about picking that one. It was between that or Iona UConn for me.
When you look at some of the other matchups, I mean, Northwestern UCLA is kind of a bore for us down here. Maryland, Alabama could be interesting. Maryland has just been so Jekyll and Hyde. I don't know what team's going to show up.
You know what game's going to be fun? Auburn, Houston, I think.
That's going to be a blowout.
Houston looked really bad yesterday.
I can't wait. I understand that, but.
And their best player's hurt now.
Mm-hmm.
He may play, but I don't think he will. Auburn has been so inconsistent this year that I'm going to be hammering Houston. They're only a 5.5 point favorite right now.
Yeah, again, that's the key thing. What Auburn are we going to get? I could see it going either way. We could get the Auburn that doesn't show and they lay an egg, or we could get the Auburn that shows up and I could see him beat in Houston.
I'm shocked that Auburn beat Iowa, to be honest with you. I thought Iowa had the better team, but they were just brick city for about 20 minutes of that game, and they're not good enough to play bad and win. Iowa has to play a solid game to win, and that was just the outs.
And it was almost a home game for Auburn. I think they were only 110 miles out of where they played. They played in Birmingham, Alabama. So, you know, Iowa not too far from that, but Auburn a lot closer than Iowa is to Birmingham.
I'll give you a bonus one. When you wake up tomorrow morning and you're looking for something good to watch, don't fall asleep on the NIT. Vanderbilt is going to be at home hosting Michigan.
Okay.
That is a fun matchup. It's just hard for me to get into the NIT, although that is a really fun matchup. It's just, you know,
you don't have a bad enough gambling problem then. So
hey, I never said I didn't take the NIT. I just said I have a hard time watching the NIT.
Well, I like getting a hold of the games on the early ones. But once I get in the mix, the only way I get over there is A, if I took the game, or B, if like, because the problem is when you get on the Saturday, Sunday slate, they usually don't stack them on top of each other. So if one game gets out of hand, then it's really easy to just flip over and go see what's going on in the NIT.
And they always sneak on, right? Because they're always on main channels like ABC or ESPN or ESPN2, the NIT. So that, you know, they make their way onto a TV one way or another.
And your UCF boys, they're in Oregon Sunday night.
They smoked Florida.
Yeah, that surprised me. That absolutely surprised me.
Well, sometimes do you think you get a feel of a bigger team that plays a smaller team in that, and they really feel like, I don't really want to be here right now. I know, you know.
The Castleton kid, they got hurt for Florida. They haven't been the same since.
Yeah.
Bobby, what is your walk-off for the day, sir, in your lock?
My walk-off, I'll start with that. Enjoy March Madness. Enjoy UFC 286 tomorrow if that's what you watch. And enjoy whatever's left of NFL free agency. Fun time in sports right now. A lot going on. And my lock, I'm sticking with UFC again. I have Kamaru Usman winning by decision tomorrow against Leon Edwards. You get that at -115 odds. That's my call on that. That's my lock of the week.
Man, that's right up there with USFL preseason. All right. It's March Madness, man. All right, Bobby. You're going to go out and enjoy yourself. Be a kid. My God. Aren't you 21 now?
Year off. 20.
Oh, well then. But you're in the borough?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then you got to go to the pub and get you a green beer there. It's like $2, and trust me, you'll get served. All right, well, we're going to be back in a flash. Me and Tones will take you to the top of the hour on St. Patty's Day and get you caught up. There's a couple of games that have taken a wild swing. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Work is work. You don't show up late, you don't make excuses, and you don't not work. If it wasn't work, they wouldn't call it work. They'd call it super wonderful, crazy, fun time. Or skippity-doo.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
The Armchair Quarterbacks are covering America's pastime from spring training all the way to the Fall Classic.
5-2 Dodgers in the ninth. Got him. They've done it. Like the 1969 Mets. It's the impossible dream revisited.
And Myers bringing it. And the pitch is hit in the air. Foul off first. Benzinger backing and calling. And the 1990 World Championship belongs to the Cincinnati Reds.
The Twins are going to win the World Series. The Twins have won it. It's a base hit. It's a 1-0 10-inning victory.
Bell, left field, way back. Blue Jays win it. The Blue Jays are World Series champions as Joe Carter hits a 3-run home run in the ninth inning, and the Blue Jays have repeated as World Series champions. Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Armchair.
Hey, so you put your effort and concentration into playing to your potential to be the best that you can be. I don't care what the scoreboard says at the end of the game. In my book, we're going to be winners. Okay? All right. Let's go. Let's go. Let me hear it.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac McGee, the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m., drive time on WQEE. Welcome back. Tones, how's your bracket looking, sir?
It's looking pretty good, actually. I went down on a couple of the coin flip matchups, but what happened?
I said that was a long pause. I'm starting to think your bracket's been trashed like a lot of ours.
No, sorry. I had an audio thing where it took a minute to catch up. My apologies on that. But my bracket's doing okay. I have 7 of 8 Elite 8 teams intact. I have my final 4 intact. So, obviously I had Arizona going a little far. That one stung a little bit. But other than that,
how far did you have Arizona going?
They were my Elite 8 team to get eliminated. I had them going to the Elite 8.
The final 4.
And what made me angry is, and I tell people never second guess your March Madness picks. I originally had Missouri beating them, and then I'm like, I don't know about Missouri. And now that would have looked pretty nice right about now.
I'm not happy that I was right about 3 games that I brought up about being them scares, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because one of them was the Princeton. I talked about it yesterday. I mean, watch out for Princeton, because Princeton plays that style of basketball that, man, they're just very, very tough to beat. And the thing about Arizona is they're flaky. They're so talented. But I swear this has been Arizona basketball for 30 years. They're incredibly talented. They always are. But I don't know what goes on out there in the desert, but they're never consistent. I feel Lute Olson.
I feel like them and Virginia are similar in terms of inconsistency lately. They're the type of teams that it wouldn't shock you if they win the whole tournament, and they're the type of teams that wouldn't shock you if they're the type to lose to a 15 or a 13 seed like we've seen yesterday.
Am I wrong, or I should have looked this up, but I was so busy today. I feel like Arizona's lost as a 2 seed before. I believe they have, because I believe they were one of the first. I know Syracuse was the very first team to lose as a 2 versus 15, but I swear it feels like that in the 90s when it was still a big deal when a 2 would lose to a 15. I'm going to try to look it up, but I could have swore that they've done this before. If it's not a 2, then they were. Let's see.
Yeah.
Of course. How many times?
I know UCLA lost.
Yeah, they have. I was right.
Yeah, they're the first team to ever lose twice to a 15 seed.
I was right. Okay. I don't
And
think I listed who beat them, but I remember them losing.
yeah, I remember I think it was around 93. Oh, I think they lost to 93 to Santa Clara when they had Steve Nash.
Yep, that's what it was, Santa Clara, and they were the second team ever to lose, I believe, as a 2 seed.
Yeah, and I remember they had Steve Nash, Santa Clara did, and that brought him on the scene. Now I remember they were talking about that yesterday. I believe it was 93, but yeah, crazy. I mean, and then Princeton as a 15 seed before has won as well. They beat UCLA. I forget what year that was, but man, between Princeton and Arizona having history there. And then you tie in Virginia. Virginia a couple years back was the first 1 seed to ever lose to a 16 seed. Then a couple years later, they win the tournament. And then this year they lose to a 13 seed. Virginia can't make up their mind if they want to be viewed as an elite or if they're viewed as one of the biggest chokers consistently.
Well, I find it interesting. All of a sudden, Pittsburgh's only up by 5, and they're heading towards the half. They were up by 20 with 10 minutes left in the first half.
And as you said, those type of teams usually run out of steam, but lucky for Iowa State, they got halftime around the corner that could, actually play a big difference in that.
Yeah, absolutely. That was my first thing I was thinking was if Iowa State can just not do anything stupid in the next 30 seconds, it looks like they've got a chance to make it really, really interesting.
And man, that Pittsburgh game on Tuesday was wild. Beating Mississippi State. Mississippi State had a couple chances at the end. Shout out to Pittsburgh for prevailing. But it's hard when you play in the first 4, then you got to turn around and play here. I'm shocked Pittsburgh got out to that great of a start.
Man, someone just got seriously injured, but for Creighton, they're walking them off. If I was to guess, I'd say it's an ankle injury, but there's 2 guys helping them off.
Hate to see that.
What about that goofy injury to Edwin Diaz?
Oh, celebrating,
Barely celebrating. That's the thing, is that people who didn't see it may think that he was like acting a fool. He wasn't. Man.
No, he wasn't.
He was doing a bunny hop, if that. And it was on flat ground. He wasn't even on the mound. It was on flat ground. And his knee just gave, which tells me, I know all these Mets fans are flipping out for no reason. But what tells me is it was going to happen. That his knee was compromised, right? It was just one of these things where it was the final straw, right?
And that's why I get aggravated when people are trying to blame the World Baseball Classic. Think about what you want about the World Baseball Classic, but he could have been at spring training. He could have been at home doing yard work and this type of thing happens. Like you said, it was on the verge of happening if it happened in such a matter.
He could have been hopping over the newspaper at his front door. I know they don't make newspapers anymore, but you get my drift. I mean, no one fell on him, because that's what I thought would have happened. I was watching it live and I had to rewind it because there were so many people around because it was the celebration and then the injury. And I went to rewind it. I was like, man, did someone fall on him or something? Like, what happened? No, bunny hopping.
And you hate to see that, one of the better closers in the game. And now they'll be with
Braves fans hate to see it, but I still don't like to see anybody injured. I mean, that's not how I want to beat you. I don't want to beat you because all year long we're going to have to hear that excuse.
Yeah, that's the thing about the injuries. It's not, I mean, obviously you'd like to play lesser competition to move on, but then you always hear about the excuse, right? Oh, they played this team without this person. So it's like, give me your best at that point. I don't need to hear the excuses. We'll beat you at your best. And then no excuses needed.
And the Mets already metting before we ever get to opening day.
I mean, it's wash and repeat at this point, dang near.
They're gonna, if anyone's gonna sign Zach Britton, I mean, come on, what's going on here? But I feel like they're gonna try to. My guess would be David Robertson, be their closer, and then Ottavino would stay the setup because they've tried Ottavino in the past at closing positions, not just with the Mets, but with the Yankees. And he doesn't tend to really do it. He tends to, you just have to have that closer DNA. There's something about it. And if people thought that Diaz was going to fall off a lot. I mean, look, I don't think anyone expected him to be exactly like he was last year. Last year, it was just absurd. But he did strike out the side to send Puerto Rico to the next round.
Mm-hmm.
The Dominican, he struck out the Dominican Republic side. That team was loaded. I still cannot believe that they didn't make it.
I felt like your World Baseball Classic rosters were one of two ways this year. They were either loaded with talent or, you know, barely anyone recognizable. As you said, Dominican, one of the teams more loaded with talent. And very surprising they didn't move on, but they did come from a tough pool of play.
They were the odds-on favorite to win. It was them in Japan, 1 and 2.
Didn't you know what hurt them a lot? Vlad Guerrero not participating as well.
Oh, man, but that's a weak excuse. That team was loaded.
I know. I hate to sound like that guy. Don't get me wrong. It was loaded. You're right. I'm not going to be that guy, but it was unfortunate for baseball fans. Let me put it like that he wasn't a part of it.
Well, he should be playing for the U.S. anyways, man. What are we talking about? His dad's been in the States for 30 years. Vlad Jr. is an American, by God.
Yeah, you're not wrong, but I feel like
I know why he did. Same reason why Freddie played for Canada, because his mom was originally from Canada.
And I think Lars Nootbaar did the same.
What I say to that, don't you? That's just Freddie Freeman being a traitor once again. You can't trust Freddie Freeman. He'll go play for Canada. He'll go play for the Dodgers. What the heck's going on around here?
Yeah, you're right. You're right, though. I can't believe Dominican Republic lost. I mean, their roster truly flawless.
Are you looking at it right now?
Yeah, and I'm just remembering watching some of the games now, and I'm thinking to myself, is this an all-star team or is this a Dominican Republic?
Loaded.
You know, from vets to young guys.
Yeah, this isn't like football or basketball where you realistically need to play for several weeks to get a rhythm together, right? You should be able to play baseball. I know there's still chemistry, team chemistry, but we're talking about a small tournament. There's no excuse for them not making it.
None at all.
But I will say this: they need to redo all of the when they do these pools. I mean, what the hell are all those teams? Was that Pool B that they were in?
Correct.
Okay. It was Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Venezuela. Who was the fourth team? Anyways, it was.
Oh, that was Pool. I'm sorry, that was Pool D because Pool B was the China pool. Now I remember.
Okay. Was Pool A Japan?
Pool A was Cuba and Italy and Netherlands.
Cuba. What was the fourth team in there? Because I actually watched Cuba play someone.
It was Cuba, Italy, Netherlands, Chinese Taipei, and Panama.
Yeah, okay. Chinese Taipei. That's what I was thinking. Because I actually took that. You talk about getting a little out of control last Saturday night. I took Cuba on the money line because I was up late and I knew I was staying up later watching basketball, and I saw the game about to come on. I'm like, Cuba underdogs. What? The Chinese Taipei? Nah, give me Cuba. Cuba came out and just throttled them. It was home run after home run. I was like, yeah, get it. Come on, get it.
They got a pretty nice roster as well. Honestly, I was surprised with how good of a roster Netherlands appeared to have. Not that they made it, but with Cuba,
they have Curacao tied in with the Netherlands, so that's one of the reasons.
True.
And Curacao has a lot of. They got a lot of players that didn't go, like Ozzy Albies, for instance.
Right.
But that's the home of Andrew Jones. So,
yeah, wasn't he helping manage there?
You know what's funny? This is funny. So I work with a kid from Puerto Rico, right? And he's been here for a little while, but I wouldn't say a long time, right? My guess would be in the last 10 years. He's a young kid. He's early 20s, right? And we were talking about the Classic, and he's been watching with his parents. His parents are really into the World Baseball Classic. And then the conversation shifted to it being St. Patrick's Day. And someone asked me in the middle of the conversation, well, what do what do the Irish, what sports do they watch? Like actually in Ireland, right? I said, well, it's typically soccer. They play a lot of rugby. There's a couple other I said, but as far as like what you would consider worldly popular sports, my answer would be soccer and rugby. And this kid who's from Puerto Rico, his parents are from Puerto Rico, and we're always told that soccer is God everywhere else, right?
Mm-hmm.
He goes, soccer, ugh, and just kind of rolled his eyes. And then he went right back talking about the World Baseball Classic. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about right there, baby. That's what a lot of these fools don't understand when they sit there and try to why they don't get why this World Baseball Classic is so big, because in a lot of these countries here in the Western Hemisphere, in the Spanish-speaking countries, and I know that Puerto Rico is technically a territory, but still, baseball's king there.
Mm-hmm.
And like someone tried to shift the conversation we were having to what the NFL was going on with the NFL free agency. That kid wanted no part of that. He kept going back to, he goes, so because he just started asking me random players he's been seeing in the World Baseball Classic. What teams do they play for, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I said, hey, man, by the way, I didn't realize that one of our guys was on Puerto Rico team, because when we first started talking about a week ago, I knew Eddie Rosario was playing. I just didn't know where he was playing for. I was like, Eddie Rosario. He goes, oh, I love Eddie Rosario. Who he plays for? Who? I said, the Braves. He goes, oh, I might have to start watching. So I told him I'm bringing him a Braves hat. I was like, man, if we can add one more to Braves country, let's go.
Why wouldn't you, right? If you could add more fans to your fan base, I think it's a no-brainer. Let's go. Let's ride. Hey, another Braves fan and a youthful
I didn't want
one.
to tell him that Acuna plays for the Braves, because he had kind of a run-in with Puerto Rico when they played with one of his celebrations. So I was keeping bums the word on that one.
Yeah, just say, that's Acuna Senior, not Acuna Junior.
Yeah, I don't know who he plays for, but Rosario, he's a Brave. Let's go.
Sign him up quick. Hey, I got a little bit of a nothing breaking here, but a developing story. You talked about it earlier. You actually mentioned it earlier. Now, John Rothstein of CBS is saying Penn State is prepared to make a significant long-term financial commitment to Micah Shrewsbury as soon as the season concludes, as Shrewsbury has been linked to other high-profile jobs.
I bet he has. Well, the thing is that when I heard someone mentioned it on one of these basketball shows the other night about Shrewsbury leaving, and my first question was, and I tried to scratch my head, well, where would he leave to go to?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's not like a big time that I can think of off the top of my head, like a premier basketball school that's looking for a coach right now.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Yeah, there's not like a huge jump, right? I could see if there was a big time program that's open, but you're talking about lateral basketball moves to me at this point. Like a Notre Dame, that's not a big step up, really, in my opinion. Even some of these other schools of St. John's, you're not getting up in the world.
That's kind of fighting the areola barbecues.
Hey, and don't get me wrong, nothing wrong with Notre Dame hoops, but let's be real. It's not like they're a juggernaut. In football, you do that makes a little sense, okay, but in basketball, that'd be a little bit of head scratch. And I would love this move if Penn State could lock him up to a long-term contract. To me, he's
if he leaves Penn State, and though I would say Notre Dame would be a tad of a step up, but it's not. I think if you leave Penn State, you leave to go to, I don't know if it's got to be a blue blood, but it's got to be a basketball school, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
So it's got to be. So it's not like even some of these Big 12 schools have just started really focusing on basketball. Even the ones that aren't blue bloods, I could see it. Maybe a Syracuse because of what they used to be, but they've kind of taken a step back. Now that's the one that I didn't think about was Boeheim leaving Syracuse, but if I'm Shrewsbury and I'm leaving Penn State to go to Syracuse, I've got to see a commitment. I've got to see a major commitment to say, hey, if I'm coming there, what are we doing? Because I'm not just coming there just because you're playing in the ACC, because that doesn't hold as much panache anymore, especially when there's such the big rumor of a mass exodus out of the ACC.
And I'm pretty sure Syracuse they took a page out of Duke's old book, and as soon as Boeheim retired, I think they hired their longtime bench coach who used to play for them. Drawing a blank on his name right now. Let me look it up here. But Autry or something.
Yeah. Oh, yes. You're right.
I think his name's Autry, something along those lines.
You're right. I forgot about that little blurb. They are hiring within. So take Syracuse out, and that's probably the best job that's out there. I mean, I guess you could make an argument for St. John's, but I think St. John's is going after Pitino.
Yeah, I think you could argue St. John's as well, but as you said, I think, well, I'm not going to mention fingerprints this time, but I think there's something there with Rick Pitino and them, perhaps.
It's just Pitino's a Northeast guy. I know he's known for coaching Kentucky, but he's a Northeast guy, and St. John's makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, and I've heard some Southern Florida fans clamoring for a guy like Pitino. I highly doubt he goes to Southern Florida.
South Florida?
Yeah.
No, man, that's a step down.
Yeah, I don't think he's going there.
You don't go to USF leaving Penn State in the Big Ten to go. I don't even know where is South Florida.
No, I'm talking Pitino, not Shrewsbury, Pitino, but I still don't think.
No. He's St. John's or he's a Big 12 school that doesn't give a crap about his fingerprints, right?
Correct.
No. Now, the only thing that there is a wild card. What if, even if they sign these coaches' extensions, we all know they're not worth the paper they're written on. But what if in a few weeks we're going to be at the end of the NBA season, regular season. What if an NBA team comes after Coach A, Coach B, Coach C, fill in the blank, and then Shrewsbury goes and takes that job? That's the one wild card.
Yeah, now that could happen, and that's why I know a lot could still happen in between, even after signing a contract. But that's why I just want Penn State to get with him and get to it, sign a contract, keep him around for a while. You're finally on the up and up. You haven't made the tournament since 2011, haven't had a tournament win since 2001. They should have made it the COVID year, but COVID happened. This is the first year it feels like Penn State basketball is for real again, and Shrewsbury's a huge part of that. It'd be a big mistake letting him walk.
Look, it wouldn't shock me. I just don't know where his heart is as far as does he ever want to coach in the NBA? He may not want to. And if he doesn't, then he's home. But a guy like John Shire, who's 35 years old, who has done just unbelievable job his first year at Duke, if anyone was going to back up the NBA truck to bring him in, it would almost remind me of what the Boston Celtics did to Butler, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, granted, Duke's on a much different level and a much different plane than Butler, but you know what I'm getting at. You get a young coach to say, hey, man, here's your bag. So he could at least hold Duke for ransom because, dude, he's 35 years old. And he's got the charisma. He is a Duke guy, played basketball for Duke, right?
Mm-hmm.
I could see someone making a hard push at him. I don't have a team in mind per se. And I don't think he would only leave for, I know it's not a term, but a technical blue blood in the NBA. Either a team that has a long history of winning or like a Lakers type thing, or a team that is just loaded, right?
Yeah.
But, man, that's a guy there that I could definitely see being poached, and then that causes a domino effect. Because then, if Duke gets clipped, Duke's got a lot of ex alumni that's out there coaching, doing very, very good jobs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to go clip somebody, and then next thing you know, Shrewsbury's on 7 flights in 6 days talking to 5 different teams.
Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, I could easily see a guy getting hired to the NBA, and the next thing you know, a guy like Shrewsbury would be the perfect fit for the next college who just lost
Or
their guy.
W's more problem, my friend.
You're not lying, brother.
I mean, if he wasn't so old, I would have been worried about Leonard Hamilton leaving Florida State a few years ago. But I was like, dude, he's in his 70s. He doesn't want to. He's fine, right? He's like, nah, I'm good, man. I got my house here. I have zero concern about getting fired. And look how bad his team was this year. No one's firing him, right?
Yeah, he's to the point in college basketball coaching where he's a legend and he's comfortable there. Once you eclipse a long 15-year mark, you know, you really got to pull a Rick Pitino to get fired or something.
And I know Shire hasn't done the same thing, but what about the cat? His name's escaping me right now, but the cat that won the 2 national titles at Florida, and then he got poached by the NBA.
Billy Donovan.
Yeah, Donovan. Like, that's what a Shire reminds me of. He's a little younger version of Donovan. And I know he doesn't have the resume that Donovan had, but I'm saying that he's got that it factor that the NBA wants, because they know that you become the face of your franchise. So I don't have anyone in mind, but what if there's a falling out with the New York Knicks and their head coach, who tends to wear out his welcome everywhere he goes? And they got a roster.
At the same token, too, we gotta think of it. Sometimes you're better off staying in college, right? It's like, remember good old John Beilein, head coach of Michigan, West Virginia, Richmond, made the jump to the Cavaliers, struggled mightily, got himself in trouble, and now he might never coach again. So, you know, be careful what you wish for. Everybody wants to jump to the NFL or NBA, but sometimes these college guys are better off where they started at.
We are coming up on the top of the hour, so we're going to have to jam out of here. It's been a good, fun, long afternoon here on WQEE. Make sure to stick around. They've got tonight, River Dragon Hockey, 7 o'clock is the pregame show, and you've got 7:30 is when the puck is going to drop. And let me make sure that I've got it right. It's the 7 o'clock is the Air Force Heating and Air pregame show. 7:30 is going to be Dragons versus Seawolves. So make sure to keep it locked in here. What is your lock and what is your walk-off, sir?
Yeah, so I hope my walk-off is this. Keep enjoying March Madness. Keep enjoying the World Baseball Classic. Throw some money on it. You might as well get a little fancy. Get fancy with it. Have fun. If you got a couple
dollars, like we are sometimes.
Exactly. You know, you could either win a new house or you could need to sell your house because you lose so much. But either way, have fun with it. Do it responsibly.
I can't make it out, but this entire thing is front and back of my place today.
I love it. I love it. And real quick, my lock of the day is going to be I'm actually going to the ice because March Madness is tricky. Anaheim Ducks at home against the Blue Jackets. It's a 10 o'clock Eastern tip-off. I've been doing good on the ice for the armchair quarterback locks, or for the Braves country locks as an armchair quarterback. So I'm sticking with the ice. I'm picking the Anaheim Ducks home against Columbus. Columbus is on a back-to-back. That puck drops at 10 o'clock Eastern tonight.
My lock of the day, I'm going to take I think it's a safe one. Give me Gonzaga minus 50.
Dude, I was literally going to take that.
They're playing Grand Canyon tonight, and though it's in Colorado, so Grand Canyon's a little bit of home court advantage, I just think Gonzaga's going to roll. I don't worry about them as much in the early rounds as I do some. I mean, at this point, we might as well call them franchises. Some college franchises. There's a couple other that I like, but that's the one that I'll give you as lock. If you want a lock for the weekend, Duke over the Vols. Right now, it's minus 3.5. The money line's minus 165. I would just kind of monitor it. I hope to try to get it a little lower, but honestly, it's probably going to go up. It's probably so if you like Duke, you probably need to grab them now.
Literally, Gonzaga was the only lock I had written down. I changed my mind last minute, so I love where your head's at, brother.
Well, terrible minds think alike, so there you go. That's my walk-off. All right, keep it locked in here on the key. We got Dragons hockey tonight, River Dragons hockey tonight. Keep it all the way here, all the way to the 7:30. when the puck drops. We'll see you Monday. Y'all have a great weekend. And Tone's great job as always. Good seeing you. We'll see you Monday for all the reactions.
Have a good one, brother.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac McGee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Thursday, March 23rd, 1 p.m. Eastern, it's Braves versus Mets right here on Braves Country HD. The Atlanta Braves spring training is winding down and important roster spots will be decided. Make sure to drop in and catch Braves Country spring training baseball right here on Braves Country HD, wherever you stream. Like and subscribe today. We're bringing you over 100 broadcasts in total in every game throughout the playoffs. That's Braves Mets, Thursday, March 23rd, 1 p.m. Eastern, right here on Braves Country HD.